Welcome everybody to Building Blocks 2021. This will be the fifth year that this event is running, and this time you can look forward to 3 full days of bonding activities, keynote presentations by distinguished guests, and workshops by our fellow peers, all of which would culminate in our WINpetition. This year, Building Blocks has partnered with AI Singapore, and later on, one of their representatives will be doing a keynote presentation. So that's one more thing to look forward to. But before we get into the event proper, there are some admin things that we have to first get out of the way. The first of which is Coursemology. So all of you should have received this email a few days ago or a few weeks ago on the topic of Coursemology. If you haven't, then check your spam folders. It could be there, but you really should receive this, and please do follow the instructions stipulated inside it. But you might be wondering, just what is Coursemology?
So Coursemology basically aims to provide you guys with a platform to regularly practice your programming and computational thinking skills. In this course, you guys will have access to questions specially crafted by workshop speakers to aid you guys to better understand the workshop content. 3 types of questions that you guys will be having will be such as math, workshop, as well as O-level computing. The link will be sent in the Discord channel, so don't worry about it right now.
The first type of question are the math questions. Now, I know this looks pretty simple. In fact, I think most of you can probably do this by hand on paper, but that's the whole point. The purpose of this exercise is to transfer your existing math knowledge into a more computer-friendly format. That means code. And these easy questions, they help with that transition.
The second type of question is your O-level questions. There are 4 modules, and basically you have to finish one to go to the next one. This is based on your O-level syllabus, so it better prepares you for exams and strengthens your skills. So let us have a run through of today's schedule. So basically today from 8:35 to 8:55, you guys will have an Amazon keynote presentation. From 8:55 to 9:25, you guys will have a presentation from AI Singapore. And from 9:25 to 10:30, you guys will have your AIWinpetition briefing, as well to play some icebreakers.
And then after a 5 minutes break at 10:35, you guys will have your first workshop, which is Introduction to Python by Jerome Pioneer Junior College. That'll last for 90 minutes, and then you'll have a 55-minute lunch break. At 1 p.m., you guys will have your second workshop, Introduction to Machine Learning by Dunman High School. And after 90 minutes of project working session, you guys will have a keynote presentation by an engineer from Google. And then your final workshop of the day will be a 2-hour one on the topic of face recognition with Python by Anglo-Chinese Junior College.
But before we begin any events, let's invite a welcome address by Ray Yang.
Okay, hi. There's some miscommunication. I'm supposed to go first, but it's fine. So, hi guys, I'm Joel, one of the overall in charge for Building Blocks 2021. So on behalf of the Building Blocks organizing team, I'd like to thank everyone here for spending your time with us through our annual June conference event, which will span over the next 3 days. So the theme for this year's conference is computational thinking with AI education. With that, the next few days will be filled with AI and computational thinking related workshops and activities, which we are sure will be fun and exciting for all of you, even for the beginners among us. So the organizing team really do hope that you will enjoy these activities and workshops that we have in store for you. All of these activities would, as what the MC said, culminate into the AIWinpetition, which the MCs will brief you later again. But basically, this is a competition where everyone wins, hence the name of WINpetition. There will also be amazing prizes to be won, so do listen to the briefing later. And as the MC said just now, we have also lined up a series of keynotes from speakers who are either from various respectable organizations such as Google, Amazon, AI Singapore, or ex-computing students to share more about what they do or their experiences taking computing either in the A levels or the O levels. So we really do hope that y'all can take this opportunity to learn from these speakers and ask any questions you have to these speakers during the Q&A sections. And finally, special thanks to our partners, CT, STEM, AISG, etc., for aiding us in the various possible ways. And I would like to thank all the organizers of Building Blocks this year for their hard work to make this conference, to plan for this conference. Yes. Now I'll pass my time to Ray Yang.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are able to hear me. Yeah. So, right. So, planning for Building Blocks 2021 definitely wasn't an easy one. Given that we were originally when we were first planning for this back in December, things were still looking quite well in terms of COVID situation, right? We were moving from phase 2 to phase 3. Slowly reopening up, and we were thinking in hopes of holding a hybrid Building Blocks 2021 during the June conference. Of course, as we got closer and closer to the actual Building Blocks 2021, things of course started to change. Phase 2 happened, alerts kicked in, and we quickly realized we have to move everything. We have to move all aspects of our plans, all aspects of our conference online. So that definitely was not easy for our organizers, and yeah, I would like to just give a quick shout out to all of them. If they would like to turn on their cameras right now and say a hi to the participants, just wave hello. Yeah, that would be great. Okay. The second point is in terms of Building Blocks 2021, we have definitely greatly scaled up from last year. This year we have a lot more workshops. And a lot more and definitely a lot more participants who are participating in these workshops. And so I think as mentioned by the MCs earlier, there will be more workshops, AI related ones, for the course of this 3-day June conference. So I hope that everybody looks forward to it, and I hope that you guys will learn something from these workshops as well. Yeah. Lastly, I think that Lastly, I'm not sure if everyone's on the Building Blocks Discord yet, but we do have a Building Blocks Discord for all participants to join, and I hope that if you guys do even after the June conference, if you guys do have any computing related things, or just STEM related things that you guys might want to just discuss with fellow members of the community, do feel free to come forward and just mention in the Discord. Yeah, I would think that we managed to. I would think that the Discord is full of like-minded people like you guys who are keen in technology and want to learn more. Yeah. So without further ado, I'll be passing the time on to Hong Shuo, who will be the next speaker. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Riyang, for this opening speech. And I'm Hong Shuo. I'm also another OIC of this year's BBCS event. So yeah, I would like to thank all of you once again for joining us for this next 3 days. In fact, I don't notice that many of you have been here with us since the very start of the pre-event. So I would like to thank you very much about it. As Joel mentioned, this year's theme is computational thinking and AI education. Because we have decided to make it this year's theme because AI has become more and more popular these years. And yeah, we just feel, it may be a good chance for us to introduce it to all of you. So for this conference, as Riyang mentioned just now, we actually plan to hold it offline, but it's such a pity for us not to do so because the tightened COVID-19 measures. But don't worry, we have also prepared a series of workshops to make it as exciting as offline. Okay, in fact, we are planning a hybrid event basically. And yeah, all the workshops are beginner friendly. And we sincerely hope that by the end of the conference, you might have a clear idea of what is AI and how it works. I would like to thank our partner for supporting us and hold this event, and all the organizers for putting in great effort in making this event better. Yeah, if you have any problem during this event, you can ping us in Discord channel or just ask in the Zoom chat. Our admin will be around to help you. That actually will be the end of my opening speech, and I hope all of you can have a good time during these 3 days. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I will pass my time back to our great MCs. Thank you.
Okay, let me screen share once again. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. You guys can't see this, right? Welcome address. All right, cool.
Okay, so let's move on to your first keynote presentation, Amazon. So to give you some background, Amazon is actually the world's largest provider of cloud infrastructure, with a market share of 32% last year, which is more than Google's and Microsoft counterparts combined.
The specific person that we have invited for you guys today is Jia Ying, who works as a cloud architect at Amazon Web Services. She graduated from National University of Singapore with a bachelor's degree in information systems in 2018, and she was also a former Dunman High School computing student. So without further ado, let's welcome Jia Ying.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
So
can.
I guess, okay. Let me just adjust my audio. Okay, test is better.
All right. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Gee. It's been so long.
Yeah. Nice to see you again.
Thanks for inviting me here.
Thanks for accepting the invite. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So I think the schedule is very, very on time right now. Sharing my screen. All right, let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, we can.
Okay, great. Right. Okay. All right, buddy. Thanks for having me here. So I'm Jia. As introduced, on weekdays, I'm an Amazon Web Services cloud architect, and I help to build cloud solutions for my customers. And as mentioned, I'm also an ex-Dunman High alumni. I'm a Dunman High alumni. And on the screen, you can actually see 3 cloud images. So since young, I really, really like to watch the clouds, lie on the slide on the playground and just look at the cloud patterns. And actually one of these images right here is where I'm working at right now. And today I'm going to share a very personal journey of how I started computing and all the way, how do I get to where I am what I'm doing here at Amazon Web Services. Okay, I will try to leave about 5 minutes at the end to for Q&A. So if you have any burning question, feel free to just put it into the chat, and then later we will have a look at them. Okay. Okay. So where it all begins was about 10 years ago. Right? It feels so long. I didn't know it was so long until I did this slide. So I was in I was Sec 4 or year 4 in Dunman High, and that's when after the exams we received a little booklet about the A-level courses that we can take. And then I saw this course called A-levels computing, right? And initially I thought it's going to be Photoshop and Illustrator. This is not something that Mr. Gee know, but now you know. And then I thought it would be it's going to be fun and useful. So in reality, it turned out to be Python, and networking, database, algorithm. And I remember very clearly, like on the first computing class in A levels, I was like opening a Python shell and typing hello world, and thought like, wow, this is quite fun. But after that, when I need to code like the whole program and learn about networking, I was like really struggling because I couldn't understand the whole big picture of what's happening, right? And I remember that I was usually, for every exam, I'm the second last in class, and the last in class is always changing. I don't know if Mr. Gee remember, but yeah, I was always like the bottom two in class, just the second place, whereas the last place someone else, always changing. So luckily, we have very good teachers and we have very good classmates, so they helped me to be able to overcome all that, and slowly I get to learn how to write Python codes, write programs. I think I did a program to randomize questions for revision. So I was really very proud of that at that time. So yeah, so it turned out to be very fun and very useful. Okay, yeah. So fun and useful, and very fun and useful after going through the whole computing program. Okay, so once I completed A levels and the results came back, the first question I need to think about is like what university to choose, and what course in the university I want to take. Okay, so I was very confused. I'm not very sure what I wanted to do. That's when I met my GP teacher, and she asked me this question: what is your favorite subject? Right, and when she asked me this question, in my mind, even though computing was not what I excelled in A levels compared to my other subject, but I really like how I could build programs from scratch and see how I made it work, and I can see how it can help make an impact to people's life. Yeah, and Mr. Gee always say like save the world with like computing, right? And so I thought that computing was really my favorite subject, and that's why immediately I knew that I wanted to take computing for my university course. So my advice for everyone is that you can just think about what is your favorite subject, and then take a look at what are the similar courses that would allow you to pursue like the subject that you like even more, right? All right, so in university, I was pursuing Bachelor of Computing and Information Systems. So for those who are not very aware of like what are the courses in NUS, and just a very quick explanation, simplified explanation. So on the left, you can see that there are some like technical courses. On the right are like business courses. So information systems course lies right in the middle. So we study a little bit of basically have a balance of the business world and technical world. And basically we are able to build solutions for the businesses and understand the business point of view, and be that bridge to bridge the gap between the technical side and the business side. Okay, and if you are more interested in like more technical modules, you can pick up computer science, computer engineering, and then if you like business more, you like to do analytics, you can do business analytics. Okay, this is a very simplified view, and these are the courses that were offered during my time. Now probably have a lot more that I'm not aware of. Right, so you can consider this now. And this is only courses offered by NUS. I'm sure NTU and other university has other types of courses as well. Okay. All right, so while I was in uni, I was also part of the NUS Overseas Colleges program. So this program, I think it really kind of changed my life, because I was able to go to the United States, Silicon Valley on the west side, the San Francisco side. So I was able to go there to like do part-time internship and studying at the same time. So yeah, it's because I was in the Silicon Valley program, there's a 1-year overseas program. They have other they have other countries for you to select from also, like New York or Israel or Beijing. So Israel and Beijing, I remember it was about a 6 months program where you go overseas it's a similar program, but you go to a different country to experience and you guys to experience the internship. So this 1 year overseas program, we learn about entrepreneurship, and we get to study at the overseas university. So I remember that in the morning I was working, and then at night we will go to like either Berkeley or Stanford to study, take some courses like related to entrepreneurship or even technical modules. Yeah. So this program gives us the opportunity to actually study at these universities. And then, yeah, finally also we can do internship. So I had this internship for 1 whole year and met very good mentors there, and really see how advanced technology is in the US. It really inspired me, and I feel like I wanted to bring this back to Singapore to maybe like I want to bring all the good technology parts to Singapore to help quickly develop and innovate our ecosystem. Yeah, so I really do miss the US. Hope the COVID can quickly pass so that everybody can go for this good programs like this, and then yeah, and then we can do more exchange with people from overseas. All right, so during my university, I also did quite a few internships. So in my year 2, I was a software engineer in PUB. Okay, so this is really my very first tech internship, and I wasn't really sure if I have enough skills to go and you know, do this job. But I think you just have to try somewhere, right? If they hire you, they think that you have the capabilities, or they are willing to train you. So don't worry, just go and apply, and if they hire you, you can just learn from them. And usually people are very nice. They want to mentor you, and yeah, this is a very good starting point for me. The software engineer, I did some Ruby on Rails, did some Ruby, PHP, yeah, and built an application for the PUB. So right after that, I went to the US for a year to be an operations engineer at this company called Authentic 8. They are like a cyber security company, and basically I was there to help them architect their infrastructure operations, do some automation, some scripting, and yeah, really learn a lot from they are really very smart in the the people in the startup were very smart. Yeah, very inspiring people. So after I came back, I went to do an internship with HonestBee, ex-HonestBee, and basically I was a DevOps engineer. So you can see how I moved from like becoming a software engineer, operations engineer, now become the DevOps engineer. And yeah, again, met very good mentors there to teach me about how to make infrastructure easier for developers. And finally, I was also a ServiceNow consultant at Marina Bay Sands. So from this list, I just want to show that in my uni, I really did a lot of internship, because I really like, my style of learning is that I learn by trying. And that's why I just take on a lot of internship to figure out like the different roles, different company types, so that when I graduate, I can have a better idea of what kind of company I would like to go to. So if you want, you can also try like do more internships. So don't be afraid to just apply, and then just you will get to learn a lot of things from internships, get mentorships, and learn a lot of different skills. So this is a model. I just want to digress a bit about this model that I really like to share with everybody. So I always share with my friends that in a typical IT organization, right, you have applications. So applications are like Python softwares or any software that we build, right? And with application, we will need to have a place to host this application, which is where the infrastructure comes in, right? So infrastructure is like your servers, your database, and this is where you will host your applications. So in a typical business organization, you will have people doing engineering roles and operations role. So engineering role means that they are doing like development work. They are trying to like do coding and build applications and stuff. And then operations will be like how they maintain, how they support the applications after it's being operationalized. So once it goes into used by user? How do you make sure it's able to scale? How do you make sure that it's able to be resilient to any changes, right? So as naturally you can see that for engineering, we have application engineering, and then we have also infrastructure engineering. And then for operations, we have application operations and infrastructure operations. So all these, I didn't really have this big picture in my mind when I was in JC. So I was like to share with you guys this model. You can think about it. So as a student, I feel like the technologies that I learn are usually in the top left-hand corner, like application engineering, right? Like use Python, SQL, and Java. And then when I was interning, I realized that somehow the technologies used are all in the infrastructure engineering side. So somehow I just managed to get all the internships that gravitates towards the infrastructure side. And I think it's just as the more internship I do, I realize that I really like to work with using infrastructure to enable the application team, the developers team, to make sure I can give them like a safe environment to really innovate and deploy the applications in. And the tools I use will be those that are on the screen right now. Yeah, so you can see that from my internship, that's why I get to have all this experience and be able to know like what I like, what I don't like. And hence for my first job goals, it was to enable developers with infrastructure, as I said, to allow them to embrace failure, to innovate without feeling that they'll be afraid of destroying the production system. And that was what I felt when the reason why I don't like to code is because I'm always very afraid that if I deploy this, will it cause any major system issue that then will cost like the business money, and I was so afraid. So once I started to learn about like infrastructure can help you with embracing failure by like giving you a safe environment to deploy in and doing code checks and everything, and it became much more easier for me to just code, innovate, and collaborate with people. So yeah, that was my first job goal, right? To give people the experience. And also I want to have a company with good culture. Like I want to surround myself with people that I feel like I can be like, or because I feel like I'm very easily influenced. And if I can surround myself with people that I look up to, I will eventually, gravitate towards like people like them. So like people who are passionate about tech, and that's what the culture I'm looking for. So able to make impact. So I want to make sure that my work can be able to see the changes that to the business users. So usually you can make impact if you are in small teams. And then tech company, build tech products. And as a tech company, you also have that tech culture. So that was what I was looking for. So luckily, when I graduate at AWS in Singapore, they actually had roles for fresh grads. So I was able to apply for them and eventually got the job. So what is cloud computing in AWS? Just a quick introduction of what is AWS, right? I remember when I was in JC, they did mention about what is cloud computing, but I just to quickly go through. So cloud computing refers to the on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. So instead of people buying and owning and maintaining their own data centers and servers, so organizations can now acquire this technology, such as like compute power, storage, database, and other services, like as on an as-needed basis. So what this means is that if you want to have an application hosted somewhere or be able to be always on, like because I remember when I was in JC, I always use local host, right? On a computer, you just run like localhost 8080, and then but if your computer is like closed, you probably cannot have anybody accessing it. So if you want to have people to be able to access, you can always host it on AWS using a compute instance, and then you load the application onto the compute instance. Okay, don't worry if I am losing you. You can feel free to just take a look at AWS website later, and I'll point you to some resources. Okay. So yeah, and Amazon Web Services is a cloud platform with more than 175 fully featured service. So just now I mentioned a compute that is only one of the service. Right. So next slide is going to be a list. Okay, this is a very old slide, but I really like how they organize this slide. You can see that there's different groups of services that AWS provide. On the bottom are usually the core services. Like on the bottom, you can see like these are the common ones that most companies always use. So compute, storage, database, networking, and then you have security services as well as the management tool. Yep, and then you can see that on top of that, there's a lot of AI, ML, IoT, DevOps related applications. Yeah, and this is just a subset of the 175 services that we offer. So when you have time, feel free to go there and explore. And AWS have free tier, so you can always like try to deploy some instances for free. Yeah, I will, if you want, I can send you some links about it later. Okay, so back to my journey. So I joined AWS as and when I joined AWS, right, I was going through this program. So it's called the AWS Tech U program, and it's a program with a structured curriculum to learn about AWS cloud. So it's a 6 months curriculum training, and you get to learn the different AWS services as a full-time employee. So this is really a program that you just 6 months learn, and they actually provide you with a curriculum, training resources, a teacher to really just be there to teach you about cloud. And then every 2 weeks, basically we learn about the different domains. For example, 2 of the weeks we learn microservices, and then we learn big data. We also learn about like highly available applications, right? So you can see 2 week sprints, and then at the end of the sprints, usually there will be like a customer role play, where we will get a customer scenario on the sprint related topic. And then we need to advise the customer what how should they architect their environment with the services we have. Right, and it also includes mentorship, yeah, like I said, customers role play and industry talks. So 6 months of really just the paid to learn. It's a really, really very good program. And I felt that it really helped to bridge my knowledge from university to the industry. And after that, I felt quite ready to be able to advise my customers. Right, 6 months on the job training after that. After the curriculum training, you also have 6 months on the job training. Okay, so this is a TechU program. Feel free to look out for it. Okay, so my daily life as a cloud architect, what it looks like is that usually I will help customers to build application in the cloud, and I work on projects usually in teams. So teams of usually 2 or more, and they'll pair me up with a senior to guide me. And then as I become more senior, then I will be paired with people to guide them as well. So I will design architecture. I love to draw diagram. I love that through diagram, I can like align everybody's thoughts, processes. And without diagrams, I would not know if you're on the same page as me. So I love to draw diagrams. And then I will write codes. So this codes is not Python codes, but more like infrastructure as code. We still use Python code for this thing called functional code. Right, so like using lambdas, we write functional codes, and then we will basically use be able to call the codes whenever the lambda whenever we want, and many more. So we conduct workshops, project management, analyze customer environments, and achieve like customer outcomes. And also very important in my job is also to learn, like really to have a system to learn, and then attend workshops, watch videos, read documentations, and join communities so that you can really keep learning. Because AWS is always growing, there's many more, there's a lot of services. Yeah, so that's why we really need to keep learning so that we can be on top of things and be able to help our customer better. So some final slides, some tips I have. Learn and be curious. This is one of the Amazon 14 leadership principles. It's my favorite principle. So you have to learn and have a system to learn. So you can start to look at like active recall, or have a system to do note taking, right? So I think it's good to like have a system. I mean, just kind of research on how to learn better, and then it will help you in the future in like when you need to learn information very fast, or when you need to retrieve something that you learned before very fast, you have that system already there. And yeah, it's good to learn. So after that, you can start to learn about cloud using AWS Educate. I put a website there. Or you can also consider to take up an AWS certification. You can start with Cloud Practitioner, buy Udemy courses, or learn for free from AWS website. Yep. So that's all I have today. And thank you. And then if you have any questions and if I have time, I will take them. Yeah. So let me know if I have time. Let me see chat. Right.
Hi, this
Any
is Seng Wing
questions?
here. Hi, can you hear me? Jiang Yang, so
Yes.
I'm coming in not as a student. I'm from AI Singapore. I'm very interested in the AWS Technology University. Is that something that only the staff access? Is actually open for aspirants who want to join AWS?
Okay, this tech program is really just for they hire us as full-time staff. So the first 6 months we will do training, and after that immediately we are posted to jobs. Yeah, and do on-the-job training.
So for the first 6 months, you enjoy the freedom to get ramped up to speed on all the various AWS tools.
Yes, I would say it's a pretty rare opportunity, right, to company to actually invest in resources.
To pay and to learn. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was actually the first ASEAN batch in Singapore. I was very lucky to graduate at that time when they have the first batch. And then right now there's like, I think 4 or 5 batches already. And it just keeps growing and growing.
Okay. It's offered to every staff inside, or as long as you're on the technical coding team, you have to go through this.
No, it's really a special program usually targeted at fresh grads.
I see.
And
okay.
it is to encourage people to join AWS, even though they may not have the experience. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give the time back to the students.
Thanks for the question. Let me know if I need to go. Okay, don't worry, like to interrupt me.
No problem. You have until 8:55.
Okay, I'm not sure the time now. All right. So yeah, if you don't want to speak out in the chat, I will take a look. If no questions? Okay.
There's one.
So Mr. Gee has a question. What do you think high school, O-level and A-level computing should teach to make them more practically ready? Practical ready for the cloud, like AWS? It was, I think the curriculum that I went through 10 years ago was already pretty I feel like I mean at that time, at the point in time when I don't know anything about computing, it was already quite a heavy subject. And then we learned about networking and learn about the database drawing diagrams. I think it was a very good start into preparing for university. I feel like I had a head start compared to my peers when I went to uni. I already know a lot of these concepts, but in uni, whatever we learn in, I feel like whatever we learn in A-levels computing, it was already taught in like the first 2 to 4 weeks of the course, of the like introductory course. So I think they were very useful to give a head start on that. So maybe you can if you ask me now, probably you can try to incorporate like more cloud computing topics. I remember we used Google Cloud Engine, but I was still very confused about how to deploy applications. Maybe at that time, it was a very early kind of product. So you can try to use different services like S3 to host an application. You can just look at different types of applications like web applications. You have IoT. I know you are doing some IoT stuff right now. And then you can see how you can use the AWS services to help you with the IoT management and stuff. Yeah. So I think yeah, I really agree that get your hands dirty on the project part, right? Just try. You know, at the start, I remember I went for a what's that called? A hackathon with two of my friends. We completely do not know what we are doing, but we just went for it and then we presented, and it was really very, very interesting, right? Because we really don't know what we were doing, but we still did it. So I think just start somewhere. At the start, you may not get it right, but slowly as you learn, I realized that in computing, right, if you learn one topic, it will always like be able to give you more insights about other topics that you have learned before. So it's always interrelated, like networking. Once you learn about packets, once you learn about how the OSI layer works, you can see how it all fall into place. So don't worry that you don't know about it now. It's okay. Just keep like learning the different scopes, and eventually it will come together. And tech is so big, right? Don't be overwhelmed by it. Just be confident of what you already know, and then continue to learn more about what you don't know and see how they piece together. And that's my mental model right now. What programming language should we be aware of if we would pursue in cloud computing? Programming language, actually, we are like programming language agnostic, right? So they actually, if you want to code in Lambdas, you have Python, Node.js, Java, Go, even Go. Yeah, so it really doesn't matter which programming language that you use. Python is great because Python is being used for both back-end scripting and also front-end, and it's easy to start with. So yeah. And also for coding, we do infrastructure as code. So I would recommend looking out for CloudFormation service as well as Terraform. Yeah, so basically how you provision infrastructure as code, right? So that you can always deploy like the same database and EC2 in multiple environments, and you can always refer back. So I really love infrastructure as code. Yeah, so I write down in the chat in case you want to search it up, infrastructure as code. Yeah. So what kind of advice will you give your younger self, if you could, pertaining to computing or learning? Yeah, I would say, I think it's a very good question. I would say just go with the flow. Like at the start, it may be hard to you know, I like to know everything at one time, but in tech there's so much things to learn. So just start learning somewhere and then slowly build upon it. Find out have a goal of what you want to achieve, for example, building an application, and get help, like ask Mr. Gee, ask your seniors, and there's a lot of YouTube videos to learn on how to build one application that you can host in that you can actually let your family use. Yeah, and I think I would give my younger self the advice to be brave, to be more brave. Like, don't be afraid of not knowing. It's okay to not know, and just smile and have fun and ask your friends. Like, there's no shame in not knowing. Right, everyone is there to help you learn and learn. Yeah, community learning is important. And I would really advise, like, if you want, you can check out this book by Carol Dweck. And it's called Mindset. Yeah, I think this gave me that just a change in like the way I think on like that it's not fixed. Yeah, basically everything can be changed with if you have the right mindset. So are there any difficulties faced as a female in a male-dominated field? Yes, someone speaking.
I'm sorry, Zhang. We kind of have to move on. Thank you for the talk. It was really insightful.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me here. Bye-bye. Yeah, connect me at my LinkedIn if you like to ask more questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you once again, Jiaying. We shall now proceed with the second keynote of the day, which is AI Singapore, an AI program founded by the National Research Foundation to anchor deep national capabilities in AI, thereby creating social and economic impact and growing the local talent pool.
To tell us more about it today will be Mr. Koo, who is a Senior Deputy Director at AI Singapore, and he graduated from NUS with a master's degree. Without further ado, let's invite Mr. Koo to tell us more about AI Singapore.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Jiaying, earlier for the presentation. If you're still around, a couple of things we do with Amazon as well, so can always chat after that. Let me just put up the presentation. Can you all see? Organizer, just give me a thumbs up with it. Okay, so thank you, organizer, for inviting me. There was an introduction about what AI Singapore is. Let me just go to a little bit deeper. AI Singapore is a national program that was actually established about 4 years ago, 2017. And the simple fact is AI is this up and coming thing, and Singapore is always on the lookout to invest in certain strategic technology and see what actually can be done to help to improve our competitiveness. So when we were looking at AI, it's too much of a cross-disciplinary, and it's quite actually a very big topic which necessitate the multi-agency task force to be formed. And that multi-agency task force or program office is AI Singapore. So we work together with the lead ministries, the economic agencies, to look at how AI or the economic potential of AI can actually be leveraged and actually be used to help to boost Singapore competitiveness. In terms of the scientific aspect, Singapore is always very eager to maintain our stature as an academic and research excellence hub. So we also work with public research institutions. And of course, along the same way, along the same time, we do want to make sure that everything actually goes down to local enterprises and even also our future talent like yourself. So we are structured into 3 main areas of work. First is on research. So what kind of research should we do for Singapore? That one we work very closely with the universities. Second is the government itself also want to be in the driver's seat when it comes to the applications of AI. What should we be looking at, and what kind of laws and policies do we need to make to change so that we actually become also one of the more progressive nations that is ready to embrace high technology or frontier technology applications. And third is where AI innovation comes in, and that's where how do you build an AI savvy economy? Building an AI savvy economy means building AI capabilities and capacities for the industry. Helping industries to adopt AI solutions, that's one thing. Working with our schools to make sure that our graduates are hire ready, AI ready, or even AI competent, so that industries can actually just hire very quickly. And then importantly, also, we start working closer downstream to MOE to make sure that important AI knowledge is actually being disseminated out. I'll go through some of the programs later on, but right now, programs IT and Poly actually took our AI courses as a foundational course. And also we just worked with MOE, SLS to also put in one of our basic foundation program called AI for Everyone. And all these programs that we have developed is also recognized as international, where myself and my partners, my teammates actually collaborate very closely with global bodies that is also advocating K-12 AI education. So all in all, I spoke about scientific and economic impact. This is what we're trying to do here. End of it, making sure that there are more technologies deployed, there are more research publication that can be turned into technologies, ensuring that organization, MNCs still flock here to help to do the high-end value-added stuff, ensuring that our local companies also have competitive advantage in terms of producing solutions that no one else in the world, no other companies in the world can match. And importantly, on the other spectrum, to be able to get ready what kind of AI jobs and what kind of trained manpower we need to develop, all the way from primary schools to our polys, IT, and universities, right? So since today we are talking about students as being my main target audience, let me focus more towards on the aspect of our work that looks at promoting AI literacy. So we have our tagline called Grow Our Own Timber. And this is from 2019, this is Ben Israel. He's actually one of the Singapore International Advisor to the government. So when he comes here, he has always said this thing that you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you can go out and buy technology, you can go out and quickly invest in foreign talent here, but at the end of the day, long-term national goal, we must develop our own people. And it's not something that we have not been doing, but it's something where we need to continue to do and reinforce. And to us, AI Singapore coined the tagline, Grow Our Own Timber, and that actually underpins all the programs that we do. All right, let me show you this clip.
Hello everyone, I'm Tempo. 大家好，我是翁建书。Apa khabar semua? Saya Raimi. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பெயர் மா கணேஷ் குமார். Welcome to AI for Everyone. Hello everyone.
So AI for Everyone, that's a foundational baseline. Now, after my entire talk, if you don't remember anything, go and scan this QR code. And all you need to do is to spend 20 minutes of your time watching YouTube videos, which is very natural to our digital native. And the gentlemen that you see here, we have our head of AI, we have our assistant head for AI standards, we have our own AI engineers, and we also have one of our A-star researchers to voice out what is AI in different languages, national languages. So it's actually our little gift to Singapore as a birthday present actually last year, right? Now, this AI for Everyone just underpin the entire generational AI programs that we have developed over the years, right? Now, AI Singapore did not set out to develop all these programs. We are not a training provider. Actually, we were set out to work with researchers and to help industries to adopt AI. But along the way, we realized that industries still need help in terms of demystifying it, especially the age-old problem of, is AI going to take away my job? Am I not going to have a job in the future? Stuff like these are actually all covered inside. Having the right mindset, AI is just a tool. PowerPoint is a tool. Excel is a tool. You're using Zoom right now. It is a tool. And tool using it the right way actually augment your ability, making you more competitive. All right, so let me do a quick snapshot of the programs that we have so far. If you look on the right-hand side, AI Singapore is in the business of making sure that they are trained and certified AI engineers that work in tandem with organizations to continue their AI development work, right? Then there's AI for industries for PMETs. And for the secondary schools, IT, poly, universities, we have our AI for Everyone. And we also actually have another program called AI for Students, which I'll show you later on. Very, very popular one. And we have strong advocates like our lecturers here, Prof. G, that actually helps to adopt. And through BuildingBloCS, very, very happy to be actually working with you guys to make sure that all these national resources are disseminated out. By the way, AI for everyone and AI for students are completely free, FREE. So these are national resources that we wish and will continue to shout out to more people to adopt. We didn't stop at secondary school, we even have AI for Kids. So AI for Kids is a program that we run where we train parents, volunteers, and teachers. Actually, in 2018, we have 22 schools. In 2019, there was an aggressive plan because some schools are actually going to ramp up AI for Kids program enrichment class. But unfortunately, there's a lot of changes. And in terms of COVID, all that, a lot of initiatives were actually shut down. Now, the AI for everyone right now is a foundational course for all the polys and ITE that's been done since last year, 2020. And this year, April, MOE SLS, Student Learning Services, actually worked with us to also put AI for Everyone Student Edition onto the national SLS platform. So it's a national AI course. And the timing was actually quite good because of, well, you guys know about the heightened measures. So there was an increased emphasis right now to get students to actually learn more on the SLS. So for those of you here who are in secondary school, there's an addition that we tweaked a little bit to make the examples more relevant for students in the AI for Everyone. Or AI for industry, NUS, SUSS, and soon some of the other universities start recognizing AI for everyone, AI for industry as a academic bearing, credit bearing modules. So that's good news for people who are very invested, students who have invested their time, right? And if you go all the way up, AI Singapore is working also with an association to create this profession called Chartered AI Engineers. Today, a lot of the AI practitioners or trained AI engineers going out there, they are trained on various platforms, all that, but industry has a very hard time in hiring who they should, identifying who they should hire. So working with industry HR, working with more of our technology partners, so that we are starting this chartered AI engineer and associate AI engineer. We're already working with the polys. Polys are starting to offer not just their academic, academic courses. So those adult learners, when they graduate both with an academic cert, let's say from Ngee Poly, but they are also being trained to take the technical qualification test so that they can also be graduating as a associate AI engineers, so on and so forth. So right now we have about 166 of these since we started last year and ongoing, right? I would then later be giving a live demo of this site called Learn AI, but just to let you know, Learn AI is a collection of national AI learning resources that we have curated. If you look at, you are going to listen from a few keynote speakers today, me being the second one. At the back of your mind, you could be wondering, there are so many resources out there, where should I start? Actually, that's one of the things that we always hear from learners. There's a wealth of information. We have very good technology partners like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all that. They have their own courses put up, and it's very useful if you decide to concentrate on the platform. If you know that you're going to develop a lot of things, and AWS is a very powerful platform for you in terms of hosting your AI applications, or no doubt. And it makes it very useful for you to go in and learn through all the courses, because you'll learn the infrastructure along the same time as you learn the tool, which make your application deployment very smooth along the way. It makes your learning very efficient. Likewise, if you talk about Google Colab platforms, or you talk about Azure Machine Learning Studio services, all that. So these are very platform specific. So for those who are very clear where they want to deploy their AI application, that's one way to look at it. There will also be other learners who, I don't know what I don't know, so why don't I just try to see where I can learn first. AI Singapore actually have this Learn platform, and we are a national body, so essentially this is sort of like a national AI library. So you can go inside here and take a look more about that, okay? We just recently revamped our site, so right now we categorize it to students, educator, everyone professionals, which I'll do the live demo later. Now, in response to just now earlier, the questions talking about learn, and I like what Jane said, talking about learn to learn. Here's a little something that from my own, which I regularly talk to the secondary schools during their career guidance day. So for me, I look at there are 4 quadrants which you can learn. Right? This adapted from the hierarchy of competency from this person called Martin Broadwell. He actually proposed that there are actually 4 learning structures that you have at any point in time for a human being. These 4 being unconsciously incompetent, consciously incompetent, consciously competent, and then unconsciously competent. In a way, what you're looking at is the first one is you don't know what you don't know, right? So there's a time where you guys students are in a perfect position to always be asking questions. So the key factor here is how motivated are you to learn? Consciously incompetent means you know where your gaps are, and that's where you seek to actively address it, right? Consciously competent, you know the new skills now, you need a constant practice. And unconsciously competent means you have already become proficient, and it's a time where I always encourage people to pass it on, because by teaching other people, you will actually know how much you actually know about a topic. And one good way for you to be able to qualify how good you are to a particular topic or a particular subject is if you're able to teach another person, it means that you have gained mastery in yourself. So this is so-called the academic way of looking at it. And if you put it in another perspective, instead of a hierarchy, I look at it in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, right? So a typical person may move from stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 sequentially, but sometimes you can just jump, right? And in typical Singaporean fashion, let me dumb it down to our Singaporean style. Stage 1 is you don't know what you don't know. Stage 2 is need to know what you need to do to learn a new skill. Stage 3 is to hone your skills, and stage 4 is you can do your eyes half closed. One of the key danger that I find, even personally for me, is a lot of people get stuck on stage 3, stage 4. Not that it's wrong. I mean, you invested so much time in building up a skill, all that, then actually you want to get hired, you got hired, you get a good pay, you get a good job. All you want to do is to be able to do your job as efficiently as possible so that you can spend the rest of your time probably not so stressful. But in today's world where technology keep moving and where the needs of a job keep moving, this can be very dangerous. By boxing yourself into stage 3 and stage 4, you will realize that your knowledge actually steadily become obsolete. What you used to know may be cutting edge or what the industry needs, but if you don't improve, you are going to be behind in your future peers that come in on board. So it's very important for you to constantly be going through all these cycles, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, continuously, right? So it's a bit of deviation from what I intended to say, but it's my own philosophy that I'll just like to push out to everybody. End of the day, for those of you all who are familiar with Ikigai, Ikigai is a concept where the day that you're doing something you love and you're good at, all that is the day that you stop working. Because every day you're just doing what you love to do. Your passion becomes your work becomes something that you get paid for, and you get to enjoy your life. I mean, what's not to like? So Ikigai is a concept, and you look at the different quadrants. I won't go into details, but essentially this is an intersection, okay? So with the remaining time I have, let's go in quickly into Learn AI. Let me share this screen now. Okay, I keep talking about the platform that we have. PowerPoints are boring. So what I need you all to remember is go to aisingapore.org or Learn AI as you prepare for your AIWinpetition. Or for those of you who are already having the Python basics, you'll realize that there are a lot more things here. In fact, there are some open source pre-built AI tools that you may be able to use to be competitive in your competition. Okay, so this AI Singapore page inside here talks about the different areas focus areas that we talk about. Okay, so a lot of information here you can go through. Okay, about us, etc. So these are all the different programs. There are research programs here. There's the technology program, innovation, makerspace, governance. So that's one way to scroll through this. Another way is, are you a researcher? Are you a student? Are you a professional, etc.? So let's talk about students. So in students, we have all these various programs here, right? And then one of the things I want to highlight to you later on is the makerspace bricks. Okay. Now for the students, if you click any one of these here, actually will move into Learn AI. So let me click into Learn AI here. So inside Learn AI here, these are the different categories. Okay. If you click through students, when you look inside, there'll be some courses here. So I go a little bit deeper into AI for students, which I think will be very useful for you guys. So if you click on AI for students, it's actually a free resource, which students can then just sign up and then go through this. Now, AI for students also has been a tool that is used by teachers in the secondary schools all the way to junior college and even universities, where they sign up to us and then they just select some of the courses that they want to teach. They use that to supplement. So take, for example, if you click on Introduction to Python, that will bring you to the data camp. So AI Singapore work with data camp. Data camp have this thing called data camp for classrooms. And they used to offer this for free in Canada and US. When they came to Singapore, they used to offer it only for university. When they came to Singapore, they were very open to work with us so that this actually can be offered all the way to secondary schools. That is for educators, but for students, you can sign up directly with us to do this. All the information are available inside here. So besides students, there's also AI for everyone here. So just now I mentioned about the YouTube video, but then there's also one over here. Now you can go through the basics. There's theory, there's hands-on. Hands-on is done with Azure Machine Learning Studios, which most students under MOE will have a Microsoft account. Theories are instructional videos with some quizzes inside. So beside AI, we also start putting out data analytics too. Right. The next thing I want to show you then will be this. So I mentioned just now in my comment is learn the foundation and then start to apply. This is one of the things that I always encourage, because if you spend too much time learning, trying to go deep inside, you may lose interest or you may lose steam, because sometimes it's very important for you to quickly identify the gap and start zooming in. So if you head over to AI bricks, learn the basics, and then these are AI bricks that we have developed. AI bricks were previously developed because we want to help SMEs, small, medium enterprises. And these are actually tools that we have built with complete documentation, and typically is a GitHub link. You can actually go inside into the GitHub link itself and then be able to extract and take it and use it. And because they are open source, they are under Apache license, you can just take and then attribute it. So we have done this for object detection. Organization actually come to us and actually start looking at taking these tools and then refining it for their use. So explore the various tools inside. These are technology bricks. Now I'll highlight your attention to AI ready bricks. Some of you all may find this much easier. Now, AI-ready bricks are then actually developed based on the technology platform I spoke of. We talk about Google Colab, we talk about AWS, we also talk about Azure. So take, for example, you want to look at time series data demand forecast, or maybe what are all these product recommended that's happening in the back end, all that. So you can look at it sequentially where everything is, right? So for example, if you look at, let's say the first one, you look at the demand forecast. So Jiaying actually, we built one based on Amazon SageMaker. So everything is built inside here. For those of you all who know how to manipulate Git, then this is where you can take a look at and extracting all the information here. Now, if you don't know how to manipulate Git, you can always go to AI for Students. And we go to here. Setting up the machine learning environment, all these are actually covered here. So if you are new to all these things, so talking about shell script, we're talking about Jupyter Notebook, etc., all that. So these are interesting tools that you can take and use it immediately. Now coming to 9:20 on the clock, I have 5 minutes left before you all go for a break. Just feel free to explore, learn at aisingapore.org over here, or just go to www.aisingapore.org. Okay, open up for questions. To speed things up, why don't you all just unmute yourself and just ask directly? I'm in this mode where I won't be able to see the chat, so sorry. Hold on. Let me just see, just in case you all see one chat. Questions, anyone? If no questions, let me just give a recommendation. Those who are completely new to this thing about AI, go through AI for Everyone. Those of y'all who are new, who already sort of self-taught yourself AI already, look, you just want to go deeper into the Python or the various languages, all that, jump directly to AI for Students, right? You want a refresher, just go and watch the 20 minutes AI for Everyone multilingual edition. I will also be a bit greedy here and just share with your family, share with your friends, and the AI for Everyone multilingual edition. If you have your grandparents or that in the various ethnic group, please go ahead and do it. What's the link for the AWS sample? Simple, you head over here. I can just click this here. That's one, that's GitHub. The second thing is go to this thing called AI Ready Breaks. Good question. If AI is computing is so important, why computing isn't a formal subject? I'll share my perspective, but Songchi, please share yours as well. The way I look at it is how MOE actually set up curriculum development is what I call a lagging indicator. A lagging indicator means you determine this is very important, and we put together national resources to develop national resources, lesson plan, everything, all that. You have to make sure that everything is correct and of sufficient granularity. Then you start teaching the teachers how to teach. Then you start flowing in. A typical process like this can actually take almost 2 to 3 years, as far as I can see, based on my experience in Singapore and regional. But steadily, we need to look at rehauling how national curriculum is being developed. Because if we go through the traditional way of curriculum development, we will never be able to keep pace. In fact, a lot of curriculum that finally get out may be obsolete, especially with a topic like AI. So there need to be better way of doing it. So enrichment classes start happening. You start looking at MOCA. You start looking at open slot within the curriculum where schools can offer more up-to-date curriculum, which is taught by external providers, which typically may be very fast, right? So this is something that we need to continue to work on. Now, computing is not a formal subject, but we start looking at code for fun. We start talking about how data analytics is very important. These are all baby steps in already. For Zili, are you a student? Just yes or no will do. Great. As a student, you also owe it to yourself, right? So there are so many resources out there. Back where I grew up, there's no such thing as YouTube. Today, you learn so much more and you learn so much faster. And there are a wealth of resources that you can actually tap on. YouTube videos, Jia Ying spoke about it. Today, a lot of my adult learners are actually, they learn through YouTube first. They watch videos, stop and code. So data camp, that resources, right, is the entire coding course is 3 minutes video code, 3 minutes video just code all this. So don't let it stop you. If it's of something of interest, go ahead, explore outside, and be brave to always go through the 4 stages. In Sec 3, you have your Infocom club, so do work with the Infocom club. The IMDA folks saw that they do want to introduce. I'm not too sure whether the IDA Lab on Wheels still go to schools or not. IDA Lab on Wheels was a concept I invented with my team where we try to package frontier technology and then just drive around the schools to introduce. And it also helped your HOD ICT to determine what kind of extra enrichment you all want to bring in. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but time's up.
Sure. Oh, that's great, Jinjae. Okay, back to the MC. Thank you everyone for listening. Please go to learn at aisingapore.org.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koo, for sharing about AI Singapore. So right now we have a 5-minute break. So please be back by 9:30.
All right, I think the time now is already 9:30, so let's begin. Okay, so the main event of this whole 3-day program is the Artificial Intelligence, or AIWinpetition. Now you might be wondering, just what is this WinPetition thing? It's a competition spanning the next 3 days, conducted in collaboration with AISG, and everyone's a winner in the end, hence why we call it WinPetition instead of just competition. You'll be working in groups of 4, and we'll designate those groups very soon, randomly. So you'll receive those groupings within a few minutes. And the main purpose of all of this is to ideate and prototype a solution related to AI. There are several themes, 6 actually, that you'll be working with. The first one is travel the world. By the way, these are just guiding questions. You don't have to stick to them like entirely. They're just there to help you. Anyways, the first one is, how can Singapore boost its tourism industry through AI? And moreover, how can we simulate the fun of traveling now that COVID's going on and no one can really go anywhere? Theme number 2 is gaming. How can AI make games more immersive? Perhaps better scene renders, which are basically how the game looks like, can be produced, perhaps using augmented reality or AR technology. Perhaps NPCs or non-player characters can be made to be more realistic, and even perhaps AI can find better ways to play a game than humans ever could. Theme number 3 is all about music. Can AI generated music eventually become its own genre? I mean, with the things kids listen to nowadays, this shouldn't be that far of a stretch. And how can AI maintain or promote music culture? Theme number 4 is team bonding. How can AI boost relationships between families or friends? And can AI improve team dynamics or even increase the overall productivity of a team? This should be especially relevant to you guys since you'll be working in groups of 4 with people you've likely never seen before. The next theme is escape from Earth. How can AI be used to map or explore space? And moreover, how can AI be used to make space exploration as a subject more accessible to commoners like you and I? The 6th and final theme is inspired by Hollywood. How can AI be used in filming or media production? And more specifically, relating to one movie or film that you've seen, do you think AI can be applied in their context? Now, of course, you might be wondering, aside from all of the enriching experiences you get from attending this competition, are there any tangible awards? Well, of course there are. The most major one, awarded to 3 of the top teams, is the Judges' Choice Award in collaboration with AISG. The award is a premium 1-year Learn AI membership, ranging from about $200. So this is quite a valuable award. There are some requirements though. You have to be a Singaporean citizen or PR. You have to come from an MOE school, and this program is non-transferable, and it must be redeemed within 3 months or else it'll be forfeited. The second type of prize are the point-based ones. For the teams with the highest points at the end of the day, at the end of 3 days, will receive, those people inside the teams will receive a code combat license for Arena CS1 until CS6. Lastly, and certainly not least, are the theme prizes. At the end of this competition, all of the submissions will be graded, and based on the theme that you chose, you'll be ranked in those categories, and the top scorers for each theme will receive official Building Blocks t-shirts, like the one I'm wearing right now. So how do you win those prizes? Well, of course, you earn points. How do you get the points? Well, I'm here to tell you. Today, all you have to submit is a pitch idea, which is worth 400 points. Tomorrow, you have to submit like a work in progress of your project, and that's going to be worth another 400 points. On day 3, you'll have a pitch video worth 400 points, and your final prototype, which is worth 800 points. Do try to use some of those AIBricks libraries that Mr. Koo covered just now, because that can net you another 200 points. On day 3, we're also going to have some fringe activities. We're going to have 2 rounds of games and then 2 rounds of trivia, each round of which is worth 400 points. There are only 3,800 points in total, so every single point counts, and do make sure you get as many as you possibly can. As I mentioned, you have to submit one thing today by 6:15 p.m., and that is the write-up of your idea, as well as a short description of it. The maximum number of words is 150, so it really shouldn't take that long, but you'll be judged based on creativity, feasibility, pitching skills, and of course, relevance to AI. The themes will be sent into the chat, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about noting anything down. But before we get into the event proper, let's do some icebreakers. There are 3 icebreaker games we're playing today. The first one is Hello, My Name Is. You'll be put into different breakout groups on Zoom for this, by the way, so don't worry about that, we'll arrange it. The first round of this game is introducing yourself with your name and a quirky fact about yourself. The second round involves telling your group what theme of the previously mentioned 6 themes you'd like to do and why. The second game that you'll be playing is Scribble. You'll be put into the same breakout groups again, and in case you haven't played Scribble, it's basically like Pictionary, but the online digital version of it. So you'll be given a word, and then people have to guess what that word is based on a drawing that you draw and they can see. What's special in this case is that we're using words that are specifically relevant to AI, and more specifically, the themes that I have just shown you. The third and final game is the never-ending story. The first person chooses a theme from the list of themes, as I've mentioned, and the next person comes up with a context for that theme. So for instance, if I pick the theme Escape from Earth, the next person can say Escape from Earth to Mars. And then the following person comes up with an idea. So how do we relate Escape from Earth to Mars to the context of AI? How do we build an AI solution to solve the problem of going to Mars? And someone might say, we can use AI to survey the terrain of Mars to find a suitable spot to land on it. And the next person elaborates further on the idea, and this cycle repeats until you feel like the idea is sufficiently elaborated. So without further ado, we can go into the breakout groups now. By the way, for the CTE STEM attendees, you guys can stay in this main Zoom room, so this one instead, and you guys don't have to go into the breakout rooms.
Hi everyone. So like the MCs just mentioned, we'll be sending you to your breakout rooms now. Yeah. So please do accept the invite once the rooms has been opened.
I think now the time is 10:35, and we shall proceed with the program. Next up, we have your first workshop for these 3 days, which is Introduction to Python by James, Zizia, and Jency. Fun fact, according to a recent survey conducted in the UK, Python overtook French to be the most popular language taught in primary schools. I mean, if that doesn't speak to the death of imperialism, I don't know what does. Anyways, let's welcome James, Zizia, and Jency.
Welcome everyone to the Introduction to Python presentation. Today you're accompanied with me, James, Zijie, and Zhenxi. So today you'll be learning about the basics of Python. So today you'll be learning about 3 different parts of Python. First, Python basics. Second, Python variables, selection, the use of loops in Python, the use of lists in Python, and how to implement functions into your code. So let's first learn about Python basics. Well, what is Python? Well, Python is a programming language that was created by Guido van Rossum in the late 1980s. It is now used in developing web applications and scientific computation. Well, if despite it being a pretty old code made in the 1980s programming syntax, it is still widely used in multiple different appliances and organizations now. In fact, he was invited to the 2008 Google I/O Development Conference to make a talk about Python. So what is Python used in? Well, Python is used in web development in servers, software development, and appliances, which can be like games, websites, and even companies as a whole. So this is a website that you browse through, such as YouTube and Facebook. It's also widely used by the International Space Shuttle, NASA, and also different kinds of games like Battlefield 2 and Doki Doki Literature Club. So what is Python like? This is an example of a loop code used to traverse through a list of numbers and calculate the total product of all the numbers. Well, if you don't understand this, don't worry. You'll learn about this in this tutorial. So, coming up to chapter 2, variables. Now I'll be learning about the variables used to store data in Python. So, what are variables? Well, variables are the named pieces of memory used to store a specific value. So, in this snippet code, example of a variable. Variables can be used to compute a result and store it. So variables can be anything you want. It could be a name, could be an index, could even be a number. So now, from the first line, name equals Jonathan. So you're assigning the name Jonathan, which is a string, into the variable name. The next line, register underscore number equals 12. So you're assigning the digit 12 into register number, register underscore number. Make sure that you do not split the variable into 2 different characters. You have to link them with either underscores or just connect them, So the next line is IC. So you're linking your IC, which is a string, to the variable IC. In fact, you can even link the normal arithmetic to your variable. So let's say you have money and today you're at 350 and the next day you're expecting 250. So you're assigning $3.50 plus 250 to money. So if you print money, let me show you. So let's say your money, so 350 plus 250. Right? So if you print money, it won't show you the 350 plus 250, but it will just show you the total amount of money you have, which is $6. And now you can even assign this normal math to alphabets. Variables can even be single digit, A, B, all the way to Z. So A is assigned to 25 and B is assigned to 35. So in fact, you can even put variables within variables. So in this case, C is assigned to A plus B. So let's put it in perspective. A equals 25, B equals 35. All right, so C equals A plus B. So the same case with money plus 3.5, and if you print C, it's 60. It'll give you the total. So now I'll be telling you about the print function. The print function produces a text output into the console, depending on what you want to print. So the print function gives the given text message or expression value on the console and moves the cursor down to the next line. So in this code snippet, you can see print the string hello world. So what will it print? Will it print hello world or will it print with the two hyphens? So let's try it out. hello world. Well, if you're printing a string, it will always print the word. It will not include the two hyphens around, because the two hyphens are only casting it as a string. So let's try do it in integer 12. Let's do integer string 12. So no matter what you do, right, you always print out the thing inside the string or the number that's inside the print. So let's say a equals 5 plus 2 multiplied by 5, which is 15. So, and then you print it. This is how you add in, that's how you add in, because if you print words without the string casting, it'll be invalid syntax because it's not an integer. So if you want to integrate integer along with string, you have to use comma or plus. So let me put it in perspective. Hello, you are bracket, comma. So putting a comma in print statement will give you a spacing. So hello, you are 12, comma, years old, close bracket. Hello, you are 12 years old. Let's say if you don't want the spacing, so you can simply just use plus. You are 12 years old. Oh, sorry. Oh, let me. Okay, sorry. In this case, right, you have to assign 12 to a variable. So let's assign 12 to a. So print you are a years old. Oh, my bad. You have to cast it as integer. So let me copy again. So in the case where you don't want spacing, you can either just do this. You can just cast it. That works, I guess. Okay, so what does print 1 plus 2 multiply 3 and then 4 divided by 2 give? So Python still follows normal arithmetic, which means plus minus comes after divide and multiply. So 1 plus 2 multiply 3 minus 4 divided by 2. All right. So it comes first. 2 multiply 3 comes first. 6 minus 2, 4 plus 1 equals 5. Okay, let's go through the next code snippet of what we have learned so far. So I'm assigning x to the string hello world and then printing it. So hello to world string, and by assigning the string to variable x, printing the x will simply produce hello world. Now, are we thinking about selection? So what is selection? Well, selection is an if or else condition. So selection is just what it, the normal term. By selecting a condition and only running through it if the condition is met. So it executes a group of statements only if a certain condition is true. Otherwise, the statement will be skipped. So let's look at this code. Let's say you want to enter university. Your GPA is 3.4 and the entry for the university is 2.0. So if you enter 3.4 to their system, you'll go through this code to check whether your GPA is above 2.0. And if it is 2.0, your application is accepted. So let's put this in a code. GPA equals 2.4. If GPA is above 2.0, print you have been accepted. All right. So let's save it. You have been accepted. So let's change the GPA to 1.9, which is below 2.0. We run it, and it says it doesn't go through the code, and hence it doesn't print you have been accepted. All right. So now look at the second code. Let's say you want to get an A1 for, that's in mathematics, physics. So once the examiner marks your paper and gets the total score, they'll submit it into the system, and they'll go through whether the marks is above 75. And if it's not 75, it will not say that you have gotten A1. Now I'll be telling you about the if-else condition. So just now, you're learning about what if a condition is met. So now I'll be teaching you about what if a condition is not met. So it executes one block of statement if a certain condition is true, which is if the first condition, and the second block of statement if it's false. So let's go back to my code. So let's say your GPA is 1.5. So if your GPA is above 2.0, right? Print accepted. Else print rejected. So just now, right, without this code, it would have printed, it wouldn't have printed anything unless you got a GPA above 2.0. But now with the else condition, it will give you a print rejected. It will print out rejected because the GPA is below the GPA that they're accepting. So let's run the code. Rejected. So just now, right, I didn't get an output, but now with the else system, I'm able to get an output, then I'm rejected. Now the else if condition. So if there are multiple conditions, usually more than 2 or more than 3, you'll be changed with the if else condition. So let's say your GPA is 1.6. So the direct entry for the university is 2.0. But those who receive a GPA of above 1.5 will be able to, let's say, apply for Pew. So let's put this code in. Let's say your GPA is 1.6. So the GPA is above 2.0, print accept. So else if, right, is literally just breakdown of else if. So else if your GPA is above 1.5, print available for Pew. Then let's say, if you have any more different it doesn't have to be 3. So your last condition can always just end with else. But let's say you want to put a GPA, if the GPA is above 1.4, maybe they can do presentation. They can have a call, maybe ask them to call a number so that they can ask. So it's GPA 1.4 and 1.5 isn't very hard. But in this case, we're rejecting anyone below 1.5. So else, so by putting this else system, right, you're taking in consideration all of those below 1.5. So all of those below 1.5 will be rejected. Available for appeal. I change this. Rejected. Accepted. So yeah, so depending on what numbers you want, you can just change these values. And also here's the message. And keep in mind that it doesn't matter whether you put double hyphen or single hyphen in string, it will still run. It's more of a personal preference. So by changing everything to a single hyphen, the code will still run and print a string. Now I'll tell you about Boolean. So Booleans are Python built-in data types, which produce either false or true if the criteria is met. So let's look at this code snippet. So I assigned the string female to gender. So then I'll use the if condition. If gender is equal to female. So what does this mean? So equal is basically comparing the variable with the given condition. So they're comparing whether gender is linked to female. So since I assign female to gender, they're checking whether female is assigned to gender by using the double equal sign. So let's put this in code. Gender equal female. If gender equals female. So yeah, this double sign checks whether this thing is assigned to this variable. Print true. Yeah. Despite it being a string, right? You don't need to put hyphens around it because it's a built-in function. Else, print false. So let's run the code. True, because you're female. So if we change it to male, not female, male. Oops, sorry. Gender equal female. False. And in fact, you don't need to put female. You can put like dog, and it also be rejected because this is checking. So a simpler way to put this code is just simply checking the double equal sign, because double equal sign prints a boolean. Will produce a boolean answer, either true or false. So print gender equal female, and it'll be false. True. So you can simply use this as a way of producing a boolean condition. Okay, now I'll pass my time to Turn C to talk about loops. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Deng Qi, and I will teach you guys about different kind of loops. Yeah, so in this tutorial, you'll learn about Python iteration. So first, we'll learn about what is a for loop. For loops repeat a set of statements over a group of values. So let's look at this code below. So maybe you all will wonder what will this line of code produce. So first, we look at the first line. We are assigning Obama to the variable name, and the length of the name is 0. So we declare and initialize the length of name to be 0. So now the for loop step in. For letter in name, the length of the name equals to length of name plus 1. That means for every letter in this Obama, it will add 1. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every time it went through the for loop iterate once, it will add 1 to the length of name. So it will iterate 5 times. So the output will be length of name will be 5. So let me show you an example. So we declare name equals to Obama.
Cannot see.
Okay, wait.
I think you need to share the whole screen.
Okay, now can see.
I can see.
Then we assign Obama to the variable name. Then next we declare initialized length of name. and we initialize it to be 0. So now the for loop for letter in name length of name equals to length of name plus 1. So let's print it and see what we will get. Oh no. Oh, I think, oh, sorry, make a mistake. So we run again. So as what we have said, the answer will be 5. So the length of name of the Urbana will be 5. So next, we have another for loop in range. So for loop can be used to repeat, as what I've said earlier, for loops can be used to repeat a set of statements and over a range of numbers. So let's look at this code below. So first we declare a variable name IC and we assign this number to IC. So cut IC equals to an empty string. So for I in range 5, this range means that the for loop will iterate 5 times. So the cut IC will be equals to cut IC plus ICI. This I is the index in the index I. So ICI means that let's say I is first we iterate this, I will be 0. So since Python is a 0-based indexing, so IC0 will be the first letter T. Then we'll print this. So guys, just bear in mind what will this produce, and I will show you in the next few slides. So for loops, let's look at this code. So for variable name in group of values, then we execute the statements. So we indent the statements to be repeated with tabs or spaces. Variable name gives a name to each value, so you can refer to it in the statements. And group of value can be range of integers, specified with the range function. So it can be for a variable name in range of values, or you can just write in, like here, you can just write for letter in name in this variable. So now is the range example. So let's look at this code. So for X in range 1 to 6, so the first number in the parentheses, 1, which is included. So everyone know that Python is a 0-based, start from a 0-based indexing, and it does not include the upper limit, the 6 in the range. So it will be 1. So when this code runs, it will actually be 1 to 5. So guys, you can see that the output will be, see, print X. For X, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will iterate 5 times. So the X will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then after that, the square of this X will be X multiplied by X. So it will be 1 times 1 is 1. So 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. And 4 times 4 is 16. So I will teach you guys in more detail about the range of the for loop. So the range function specifies a range of integers. As what I've said, the range in the parentheses, it includes start and stop. And the integer between start and the integer in the parentheses, it will be the integer. And between the and at the start, it will be inclusive, and at the stop, the integers will be exclusive. So it can also accept a third value specifying the change between values. That means the third value is a step value. So let's say I start from 0 to maybe 6. So everyone knows that it does not include 6. So it will from be 0 to 5. And let's say I want the step value to be 2. So that means I'm only taking the even number out. So when the loop iterates, so basically it will print 0, 2, 4, and it will not print 6 because it does not include the upper limit. So I will show you guys the example. So let's say for index in range 0 to 6. 0 to 6, and we give a step value of 2 because we want the even numbers. Print index. See, so we will get 0, 2, and 4. We don't get 6 because it's not included. It's the upper limit is excluded, and also the step value can be 3. So if we want 3, it will jump by 3. So we will get 0 and 3. And if you want to reverse a string, you can use the for loop and make the step value to be -1. Oh, sorry. Should be 5, 0, -1. So you will get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is how you loop back. So you will get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now we know that the first value, the starting value, is always included, and the ending value is always excluded. So we do not get 0 in this program. So next, yeah, this is the range example as what I have just go through. So for x in range 5, 0, -1, print x. So the output will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and print blast off. So this is how you loop from the back 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 if you do not want to loop from the start 1 to 6. So next we will look at the while loop. And while loop, in layman terms, what you know is that while something is true, repeat your action. So for example, let's say while you are not facing a wall, then you walk forward. Or while you are facing a wall, then turn left. So basically, if the condition is true, then you will do the following action. So if the condition is not true, then it will not do the following action. So you will not execute the body part. So let's look at one example. So while condition. So what's happening in this code? So if this condition is true, then the code in the while block runs. So for example, we initialize num to be 10, and while num is less than 0, it will print hello. Then each time we print hello, then the next line will be num equals to num -1. And after num equals to num -1, it will go back to the while condition again. If the condition is true again, it will keep running until the condition is false and will break out of the while loop. So at the end of the while block, the computer automatically goes back to the while condition line. So it's this line, while condition. So in this example, it's this line while num is less than 0. So it checks if the condition is true, then repeats the while block if it is. So every time if the condition is met, it will execute the body line. So it will only break out of the while loop when the condition is false. That means the condition is not true here. So let's say num is -1, that it will not execute the body line. So let me show you the example. So first we declare and initialize num to be 10. Then while num is less than 0, we print hello. And we -1 value of every time it runs this while condition. So let's run the program. Wait, sorry. Something's wrong. Okay, never mind. Later I will get back to this example. So let's carry on. So next, how do we do a loop count in a while loop? So basically it's like how do we run our loop a specific number of times? So first we declare x to be 0. Declare and initialize x equals to 0. And we will next limit the while condition using the loop counter. So while x is less than 5. The variable will then count the number of times you run. So x equals to x plus 1. So while x is less than 5, we will count the body will count the number of times this while condition run. So the example will be when x equals to 0, while x is less than 5, print hello, and x equals to x plus 1. So what's happening in this code? First, x is initialized to be 0, which is less than 5. And next, we will check the while condition if x less than 5, if it's true. If it's true, since x is 0 and 0 is less than 5, then it will execute the next line, which will be print hello. Then every time after it print hello, we will add 1 to the value of x. So it will go back up to the while condition, and now x will be 1. Since 1 is also less than 5, it will print hello again. Then we will add 1, so now x equals to 2. So until x is equals to 5 or more than 5, it will jump out of this while loop. So the output of this will be 5. We will see 5 hello being printed out. So let me show you this example. So first we declare and initialize x to be 0. So while x is less than 5, we print hello. And x equals to x plus 1. And we run this code and we see what happened. Yeah, so we'll see 5 hello. Because the condition has been, the while loop is iterate 5 times before the this breakout of the while loops. So let's get back to this example. This example, we declare initialize num to be 10, and while num is less than 0, it will print hello. So we see how many times this will print. So we declare to be, we replace num with x, and while x is more than 0, then it will print hello and x equals to x plus 1. So you will see that this is wrong. See, it will keep running because the condition is always met. So we will change it to x is less than 0. And we change this to be -1. And we run. Okay, never mind. Something is wrong. It's okay. So next I will pass on to Zijie to show you more code in detail.
Okay, hang on. Let me share my screen. You can see my screen? Yeah, we can. Can see right? My screen. Okay.
Can.
Okay,
Yes.
hi guys, I'm Zijie. So I'm gonna give a summary on what James and Zhenxi just said earlier on, and on top of that, I'll teach you more new Python built-ins and new functions, basically. Okay, so hang on, let me know. Okay, what are variables? Variables are actually just it's a Python program which gives data to computer for processing. Basically, it acts as a container to store data value. Like, let me give you an example right here. So x is equals to hello world. But before I move to hello world, x is acting as a variable, taking in the value, taking in the string hello world. And how do you exactly create a string? You just have to put this double colon, like simple. It's just double, like you just do this double colon. Yeah. Okay. But if you don't put a double colon, it does not work because this is not integer. You have to string this or else Python will not accept it and they'll take it as error. So let me show you. If I run, hang on, I still running. Oh, there we go. Okay, hello world. Okay, let me show you what if I don't put these two colons at each side. What will I get? You print error. Yep, invalid syntax right here. Because Python just does not recognize it. They will only recognize string if there's letters in it. Yeah. Okay. So moving on next. String concatenation. You may be thinking at home right now. What is string concatenation? Why so cheap? But it's actually not so cheap. It's very simple. It's just adding two strings together. Two separate strings. I can just add hello plus world together right here. So this will still give me hello world. You're just adding them two strings together. But do take note that you cannot add string and integers together. You only can add integer and integer, string and string. You cannot add string and integer. Take note of that. Oh, but another thing, notice how there's no space here. You can actually just add a space here to get a space and you'll still get they will get a space in between the hello world, or you can just add like empty string because it will be considered as one character right here. Oh wait, hang on, I forgot about space. There we go. As you can see. Okay. Wait, I'm just gonna leave that actually. Okay, moving on next. Okay, Python can override a value of a variable. Alright, this Python can just override any value so long you want it to override, you can just cast it and give it a different value, assign it. So right now I'm assigning the number 10, which is an integer, to num. So I'm assigning it to num to 10 and print number was this num. But right here, this num above this line right here is 10. But if I reassign num to have the value 5, the num value is now 5, as I'll show you right here. See, so I'll print num is 10 here, and if I print number was 10 because it's above, and then after I reassign it, num is now 5. Okay, if you any point in time where you cannot catch, just pause the video and just rewind it. Yeah. And you can go search some Python online compilers to follow code me live. Don't just sit there and listen. I mean, you will not learn anything unless you do it hands on, you know. Okay. Moving on next. Example 2. Num equals to 10. So if num equals to num plus 5, what will be a number? I mean, it's pretty obvious because num is 10. So num will now equals to 10 plus 5, which is 15. Right here. 15. Simple. All right. Moving on next on the if conditions. As what they thought, yeah, I'm just saying these are summary. Okay, so if condition is used to check for conditions. So num equals to 100. I'm assigning num to have 100. So if num equals, do you notice that this double equals is very important in Python if you're checking for conditions? Because if you're checking, if you do not have this double equal sign, Python will recognize this as you're trying to assign it and you're not checking for it. So it does not work. I'll show you later on what will happen if I don't put another equal sign. So right now, I'll show you this condition. If num equals to 50, it will print num. Else print number is not 50. So right now, cause num is of course not 50, is 100. So it will print number is not 50. But if I change it to 50, it will perform this step here and it will print out 50. And okay, as I'm gonna tell you, I'll show you what will happen if I don't put the equal sign. It will come out invalid syntax because you're trying to assign it, but it's in the condition mode. So it does not work. Moving on next to Boolean statements. Okay, so Boolean statements are Python built-in data types. So example of them are like true, false, and none. These are just built-in Boolean statements, which you just have to know and apply. Okay, so right here, here's one application example. I'll assign valid to have the Boolean statement false. So if valid equals to false, it'll print hello. Else it'll print by. So right now valid is false, so it'll print hello. The opposite happens if valid equals to true, you'll just print by. Simple as that. Okay, moving on next to loops. Okay, so loops iterates over a sequence like list. I'll teach you about list later on because you have not heard of it. But string, you have heard of it from the earlier examples. So right here, so for loops. For loops loop through a range of numbers, so through strings and lists. So what example is this? So right here, for I in range 10. Okay, right now this is just an example of an identifier. You can actually name this I anything. You can name it index. You can name it count. You can name it anything logical so long you understand. And it must make sense to the people reading it also. Okay, so for I in range 10, it will loop. It will perform the print 10 times because it's just 10. But do take note that Python is zero base. I emphasize this again. Python is zero base. So it will start from the number 0. And it will not end at 10. It will end at 9. Because in the for loops, Python does not take the upper limit, which is 10 right here. And because it's zero base, it'll start from 0 and 0 to 9 is 10 times. Let me show you an example. Before I move on, I'll show you that it prints 10 times first. Right here, print hello world. I printed it 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 times. Okay. But what if I print I? It will go from 0 to 9 instead. Because Python is zero base, so it will not reach 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See? 10 times. Because it's inclusive of the 0. Take note of that. It's very important. Many new coders makes mistake on it. Okay, moving on next, as I was talking about. Okay, so Python loops through you can loop through a string with the for loop. So, for example, I'm assigning name to have the building blocks, string building blocks right here. So, for letters in name, print string. Let me comment this out first using the hashtag. Okay, so for letters in name, print letters. As I tell you, I can label it anything I want, but right now I'm looping through letters. I'm looking through each letter, so I'm putting it as letters. So what does this do for letters in name? Basically, the in sounds like it's just in the name. In name, which means in this. So I'm looping through this, so it will go through each and single one of the letters as I'll print to show you. Wait, hang on, let me comment this out too. Okay, looping it. So it will go through every single one of the letters. So BUI, then building blocks, each letters. Simple. Yep, very simple, I will say. Okay. Moving on next to reversing a string. So reversing a string may sound confusing, but it's actually pretty simple. Okay, so how do you reverse a string? I'm assigning new name to have like name, and the one this whole entire thing will reverse a string. Right here, these two square brackets are called indexing. You can index that. It's like index. No, but square brackets can mean something later on too. But if you want to find index, like for example, okay, wait, let me teach you guys on index first before I do the reversal. Okay, so as Python is 0 base, the first position is index 0. And index 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. But you must start from index 0. Now Python will never start from 1. Never. Unless you try to do something about it. Okay, so new name equals to name. What is this colon thing you may be asking when you're watching this? Well, these two colon things are just the start. The first one is the start. Second one is the end point, where you want the string to end. How much you want to slice the string. So for example, I can just slice, before I show you the reversal, I can just show you. I want to slice up to 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to slice up to the end only. So I'll do 0 is to 7. But you may be asking me, why you put 7 when n is actually index 6? Because Python does not take the upper limit. So number 7, index 7 will not be taken in, so the G will not be taken in. So it will just stop at the end. So let me show you. It's pretty simple. Building right here without the G. Okay, reversal of string, very simple. -1. Okay, so this goes from the start to the end. So it's just too empty. And -1 will loop from the right to the left. Because Python, if I don't have the -1, you'll just loop from left to right. So it will just come out like this. It's just from left to right. But if I put negative, you'll loop from right to left. So right here, it reverse. There's another method to do so too. You can do this 12. Because here is the index 0, 1, 2, 3. Because there's 13 letters in building blocks, so the last index is 12. So you can just do this and it will still reverse it. Yep, right here. Simple. Okay, looping through name list. Okay, before I go to list, I will just move on down here. So even for applications for for loops, even equals to 0. So right now, what this code is trying to do is trying to find even numbers. Wait, hang on. Wait, can you guys hear the drill?
Yes, we can.
Wow, seriously, okay, sorry for who the editor is, edit this out, okay? I'll re-explain it, okay. Okay, next I'm talking about applications for loops. So this one I have application, right now even is 0. So what this code is trying to do, I'm trying to find the for loop. I'm trying to find a for loop. I'm trying to find even numbers. So right now, I'll assign even to have 0 because I want to find the number of even numbers in this for loop right here. So what is this for loop doing? So for count in range 1, okay, remember what I said earlier? Here is a starting value on the left. First is a starting value. The end value. Wow, shit! I damn triggered the drill. Okay, wait. I'll try to speed run this application of for loops here first. Okay, I'm gonna repeat. Sorry, you're getting a cut a lot. Okay. Okay. Application of for loops right here is So what this code trying to do is trying to explain. It's trying to find the number of even numbers from in the range of 1 to 10. But do take note that 10 is not included as it's the upper limit. So it will just count up to 9. So if count, okay, before I move on to moving here, so I'm assigning even number to have integer 0 because I just want to count the number of even numbers. So moving on here, For count in range 1 to 10, so you loop from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but not inclusive of 10. Okay, if count percent to you're asking like what is percent, it's actually mod. And what does it do? It returns the remainder of a number. So like for example, 5 divided by 2. Let me just do 5 divided by 2. It returns actually 2.5. But with the percent, it'll just return 1 because 2.5, the remainder is 1. So right here, if count percent 2 equals to 0, that means there's no remainder. Means it's an even number because you're dividing it by 2. So even equals to even plus 1, then print even. So I'm gonna print it out and there's 4. Because there's like 1, 2, 3. From 1 to 10, there's only 2, 4, 6, 8 as an even number. So 4 of them. Okay. Simple. All right. Do try to code this at home on yourself. Yeah, it'll be much clearer to you. Okay, so back to list. Okay, what is list? This is something new after listening to everything as above, as all those are summaries. So this is actually a data structure in Python that is mutable. What does mutable mean? Mutable is actually just changeable. So it's just changeable in order sequence of elements. So how do you create a list? Simple. Just put these 2 square brackets. It's just, there you got a list. This is an empty list. But if you want to add some value, you can write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. It's just simple. You can just add whatever numbers you want, whatever string you want. You can have anything. You can even have Boolean. Yeah. Anything works. Right now, here's an empty list. So looping through a list. So list names equals to James to Jie right here. So right now I'm giving list to have 3 of all of our names. So if I look through here for name in list names, so it will just go by index 0, index 1, index 2. You'll just move like this from left to right. So if I print, ta-da, there's James to Jie left to right for name in list. Okay. So far, hopefully you guys can understand. If it's a bit fast, just slow the video down and watch it. Yeah. All right. Here is the application of another for loops of looping it. So right now I'm assigning num list to have the list of numbers of 5, 7, and 2. So total equals to 0 because I want to add the numbers up in the end. So for numbers, so right now I'm putting numbers because I'm looping through the list which have numbers. So for numbers in num list, total equals the total plus numbers. So right now numbers, it will loop 3 times. Like it will loop the num list 3 times. So the first numbers will be 5, second will be 7, and 2. So 5 plus 7 plus 2, you'll give 5, 12, 14. But right here, I'm checking for each time it loops. So if 5, first time total equals to 5, because when you do 5, there's 7. But if I just want the total, I'll just put it out of the indentation of the for loop and it will become 14. Note that how an indentation can change a lot of things. If I put it here, it will give me 3 outputs because it loops the list 3 times. And it will just give me the value of total each time. And if I just put here, it will just give 14 because it's just the total. It's out of the for loop. All right. Okay. How do you add items into a list? Well, I mean, it's not like you're just gonna like add like in like midway when you're coding. You're not just gonna like, for example, you saw like number 9, you want to add number 9 inside. You don't edit it up there. Yeah. So right now I'm giving the number like list number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I want to add 6 in, I'll just do list.append 6. List, do note that you must show that which one you want to which list you want to add into. Like, so right here I want to add into LST, which is list. So I want to add into that, so I'll just do lst.append 6. Then I want to append the number 6 into this list right here. So I'll just append 6. You'll append it towards the right. So I'll just print this right now and I'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, the 6 is added towards the right. So as simple as that. All right. Okay, moving on. Stepping value. Okay, here. Zhenxi did mention about it, but I'm gonna mention it again. So for I in range 0, 0 is the starting value, as I say. 10. 10 is the upper limit, so it does not include, so it's up to 9. And what is this 2? This 2 is called the stepping value. So basically, you start from 0, then you jump 2 times each time. So you plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, and then up to the limit here, which is 10, but it's just 9 because it does not include upper limit. So let me run 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. It's just plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, and plus 2. Simple. I mean, if I was to do 3, you just plus 3, plus 3, so it's 0, 3, 6, 9. Yeah. Okay, so practice questions for you guys. You guys can pause the video here and try to do this, but I'm gonna explain what this question one wants you to get. So find the multiplications of the list of numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. So I want you to put this into 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 into a list, and after doing all the applications and for loops, while loops, and stuff, I want you to while loops you guys haven't done yet. For loops, I want you to get the output multiplied numbers of 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 is, and this is the value right here. You can choose to use built-in function len, where len returns the number of data in the list. Okay, so what am I talking about using the len? What is the len? What is len? So len basically is just len. Let me show you here. So len returns the size of the list. Size of the list. So what is size of the list? Is the size of, like, it's just the number of elements in the list. So right here is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I want you to have the if you were to use len, you just be size 1 equals to len list, and you return the number 5 because that's the amount of size. That's the size of the list. Got 5 digits, so 5. So if I was to print size 1, you'll give me 5. Simple. Yeah, if I was to put 6, 7, 8, yeah, you'll just give 8. Yeah, because that's 8. Yeah. Okay, so you can try to use it and apply with it. Yeah, okay. All right, so I assume that you guys are done. Okay, so using the len, so total equals to 1. So numbers equals to 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And because I was to use len, so I do for count in range, I len the numbers. So I basically len the list here, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will loop 5 times. So it's just for count in range 5, basically. So total equals to total times numbers count. So these square brackets right here are the indexing, which I told you earlier. This indexing is very important, but count right now, as I said, for loop starts from 0. So it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, because index ends at 4. So right now, you just loop through 4 times, so number count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you just take 1 times 3 times 5 times 7 times 9. Okay. So if I was to print this out, multiply numbers of 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 is 9, 4, 5. Simple? Yeah. Okay. So if I'm not using len, it's very simple. You can just use the previous method, which is just for numbers in, for count in numbers. I'm sorry for the drill, by the way. For count in numbers, total equals to total times numbers. Because you just take 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah, it's simple. So, oopsies, I'm not done. Then I'll print numbers. Oh no, it's not times numbers. Sorry, my bad. It's times count. So I'll print total, and you'll give 945 also. Same thing, it still works. Okay. So for the while loops, so while loops execute as long as the condition is true. So for example, right here, num equals to 10. So while num is not equals to 0, you'll print num, and num will equals to num minus 1. But right here, because this condition is true, you'll keep performing this while loop. So right here, you'll just perform and you just go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Because it's true up to the number 1 because it will just become 0 in the end. And what if I don't have this condition right here? What do you think will happen? The while loop will loop infinite if you do not have a condition to terminate the while loop. So right here, I'll just show you an example. You'll just keep looping until you memory out of stack, which is not good at all. Look at this, you just keep looping. So please make sure your while loop has an end to it, or else it will just be horrendous and you'll just have your code running all the way. Yeah, make sure it has an end. Okay. Okay, application of a while loop. So total equals to 0. Example right here. So now, okay, how do you get a user input? So you just do the input, then you just string, then enter a number, then you just colon, then break, and then you just do a bracket. It's simple. But right now I want my num to be integer, so I'll cast it to have the integer value. So right here, this is called casting. You can cast it to have integer. You can also cast it to have float. Float is just like real numbers. You can have decimals. Okay, simple. So right now I want integer, so I'll just put integer. Okay, so while num is greater than 0, total equals to total plus num, and num equals to num minus 1. So that's just application. I just want to add up the number from the back 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, for example, like this. So let me just show you plus 10. So it will just be 5. So 10 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5. Then you just go and so on and so forth, and you get 55. Simple. Yeah. Okay, practice question, another one. So, or maybe you guys can try this at home, but I will just code it live here. So right here, I'm trying to create a Python code using either while loop, for loop, whether to find a number is prime number or not. So I can just use this as test case right here. Okay, so this is the hint. If you want to try it on your own, you will need to use the mod sign and the for loops in for I in range xy. Okay, so I'll set a flag equals to false. Okay, so what does this flag do? This flag will check whether the number has a factor or not. Whether it can be divided by another number, like aside from 1 and on itself. Yeah. So if num is greater than 1, so all prime numbers are greater than 1. So for count in range 2, because 1 is not a prime number, so you start from 2 because 2 is the first prime number. So 2 to the num if num percent count equals to 0, count flag equals to true, and you'll break. Okay, so if it's divisible by 2, like if it's divisible by the count, that means there's a factor, it can be divided. So factor will return true, and it will just break because the factor is found. So it's not a prime number, basically. Okay, let me show you. So I want to print flag, and wait, okay, no, actually I'll make it clearer for you guys. If flag equals to true, print number is not a prime number, else print number is a prime number. Okay, as you can see here. All right, so if I was to, oh wait, I have not initialized it num. Okay, I'll just use the test case as 2 because 2 is a prime number. So it should return 2. It should return number is a prime number. Yep, as right here, it's proven that it's shown that number is a prime number. So if I was to use 4, oh wait, okay, here's the error right here. Hang on a minute, let me check it out. Where did I go wrong? Hang on, let me check. Flag equals to false if num equals to here, if num is greater than 1, if num percent count, flag equals to true, great. Wait, let me try 5 and see what do I get. Okay, number is a prime number. If I try 1, wait, oh, okay, I see what's the problem. Okay. this one here. 1 is a prime number. Okay, wait, let me try to do count. If num% count equals to 0, flag equals to true, break. If flag because, oh, oopsies. Now it's good. One for count. Okay, let me try to rewrite this whole code. Now equals to 29, flag false. If now is greater than 1, for count in range 2, num. If num% count equals to 0, flag, oh, so what the flag equals to true, and I'll print and I'll break because it's done. And if flag equals to true, if flag equals to true, print not prime number, else oopsies, print prime number. All right, let me try it out. Okay, so 29 is a prime number. Right here is correct. So the next step is to try 4. Not a prime number. There we go. So as if you have an error with a code, it's either you try to rewrite it or you try to debug it. But most importantly is you must find out your error. It's very important to debug it. If not, you'll just be stuck there. If you cannot debug, just seek help. Yeah. Okay. So right here, num equals to 4, so flag equals to false because there's a I'll just re-explain my code. So flag equals to false is to find factor. I'll just set it false because if flag equals if like there's no factor which can divide it, then it will just stay. It will just be prime. So if num is greater than 1 for count 2, num, if num% count equals to 0, factor is found. So I break. Then if flag equals to true, that means there's a factor. Mean print is not a prime number because prime number cannot have any factors. Else just print prime number because yeah, prime numbers cannot be divided either by then itself or by 1. So simple. I mean, not simple is yeah. I'm not perfect too, so I do make errors. That's part of coding and stuff. So do take note. Okay. Next, final on functions. What is functions? Well, I mean, function is just a block of code which runs only when it's called. You must call the function for it to run. I mean, functions right now confusing, right? It's simple. I'll just explain everything to you one shot afterwards after I talk about these pointers. So you can pass data known as parameters into a function. Well, parameters cheap lah. Never mind, I'll show you also. Function can return data and take note of this word return. It will be very important for function later on. Okay. Okay, so how do you make a function? I mean, it's just def. Yeah, this is the Python built-in syntax. Def. Remember, do take note. Def. Okay. So moving on. So greet. I mean, actually, this is just naming your function. So you can name it like numbers. You can name it like list. You can name it anything so long it makes sense. But right here, I'm gonna name greet because I'll explain to you in the next code. But right here, what is this name inside here? This is what you call parameters. So you can have name 1, you can have as much parameters as you want, name 2, name 3, so on and so forth. So you can have like all the names in all the parameters. But right here, I'm only gonna have 1 parameter. So what do you want this block of function to do? What do you want greet to do? I want greet to print out hello plus name. So plus you can only use it to add strings. So do take note of it. So I want it to print out James right here. So I'll call it greet. This is called calling. You have to call it. So you have to do like greet, then you put the name inside. So right now I want to greet James. So I'll put James inside. and I'll get hello James. So because it's hello plus James. So yeah, whatever you define on the top, you will be according to what you code in the function itself. So the function will perform what you want it to do, like print right here. Okay, so remember I asked you to take note of the word return. This is important because right here, if I do not, I'm trying to return the value of hello plus name, which is hello James, which you know is hello James, but printing does not mean it's returning. Print does not return a value. What returns a value? Only when you use return, the function will have an end. If you do not return, the function will not have an end. So right here is greet James. So if I was to do just this, it will return me greet hello James. But you look at these two small little colon thing. If you were to do in Python idle, it will not appear. Like hello James will not appear. It will only it will just be like nothing. You will not have anything. Unless you do print greet James, then you'll have the true output hello James. That's the value of after you add in James, and that's the value you get. So right here you get hello James. Take note how the colons disappeared. Yeah, do take note of it. It's very important because return is not the same as print. It's not the same. Okay. Moving on next. Okay, so you can use function in many ways too, like defining positive number. Num1. Num1 is the parameter. So if num1 is greater than 0, return true, because if a number is greater than 0, that's positive. Else return false because it's not positive. So I'm just gonna run it. So you return true and you return false because positive num here is a 30 is a positive number and negative 20 is not a positive number. So you return true and false. Okay. So practice questions, I'll just code it with you. You can try it on yourself too later on. Okay, so right here, I'm trying to make a calculator app. It's called addition, subtraction, division, which is like the normal plus, minus, times, divide. So right here, I'm gonna code it. So define, I'm just gonna name it add cause addition. So I'll just do like num and num1 and num2. Cause you have to add two numbers together. So what do you want it to return? You want to return num1 plus num2. This is the addition. Yeah, you're done with it. That's done for the first calculator. Simple. You can bring this to exam. No, I'm kidding. Don't bring it in. Okay. Function define subtraction. So I'll just name it subtraction. Num1, num2. So I'll just return num1 minus num2. If you want it to be like a positive number, like it must be positive, you can just do absolute value. You'll just return a positive number no matter what. Abs is a built-in Python function, but if you do not want it, then you can just, if you do not want to use the built-in, you can just do if condition. Is very simple. If num1 is greater than num2, return num1 minus num2. Else return num2 minus num1. Simple. You'll still return the same thing. So if I was to do define multiplication, multiply, I'll just need multiply. Num1, num2. I'll just do return num1. Okay, times in Python is asterisk. Right here is asterisk. So it's num1 times num2. So you're done with it. So define divide. So num1, num2. And then I'll get return num1 divided by num2. Okay, it's slash up. Yeah. Okay, so if I was to print all these out, I'll just print add. I want to add like 15 plus 16, 15, 16. Then I want to print, I want to get add subtraction. Maybe 10, 9. So then I want to get print multiply. Maybe let's try 9 and 5. Then I want to print divide. What should I divide? A divided by 2. Okay. Right here. Will it work? So right now here is 31. 15 plus 16, 31. 10 minus 9 is 1. 9.5. A divided by 2 is 4.0. But do take note, if you just do a slash, it will return a decimal point. It will just return float numbers. So if you do not want the decimal point, you just have to cast it to have integer right here. Yep, see, the decimal point is gone. So yeah. And do take note, in Python, you must not indent your codes wrongly. If this is not within this, I'll get an error. Let me show you. See, indentation error. Do take note of it. Indentation is very important in coding. Right here. Okay. So this is how you make a calculator app. You can try it at home. It's pretty simple yourself. It's pretty simple. So overall, I am done with this because yeah. Make sure to tell me whether you have any problems, okay? Like, if anything, you can just message the chat. All right. Okay. I am done with my presentation here. I hope you guys have learned something out of this. Do try to code it live by yourself and experience coding and making errors, because that's how you should really get it going. Okay. So thanks, guys. I am done. Thank you.
Wait, guys. Just now, right? There's something wrong with my code, so I'm going to edit and show you guys again. So just now, it's this one. Let's look at this slide. So we declare initialize num to be less than 0, and while num equals to 0, so while num is less than 0, then we execute the following code. So it should be like this. We should, okay, we make x to be num. Then while num should be more than 0. So I made a mistake in the slides. So when we run the code, oh sorry, never changed the name. It will print 10 times hello. So while the condition when num is more than 0 is true, it will execute the body, which is print hello. And each time it print 1 time hello, the num will automatically -1. So let's say now it's 10. So it met the condition that it's more than 0. So when it printed hello, it will -1, so it becomes 9. Then 9 is still the condition is still true, where it's 9 is more than 0. So we will execute again until num is equals to 0. So it will execute 10 times and it will break out of the while loop. Yeah, that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, the time now is 1 p.m. and I hope you have all had your lunch because I have not. But anyway, welcome back to Building Blocks. We shall move on to the next part. But first of all, I will need all of you to fill in an entry form. I think one of the admins will send it in the group chat, the Zoom chat. So a quick introduction. I'm the third MC, I'm Jun Hong, and we will be, okay, the form is on the screen right now, I think. Yep, it is. And we shall be moving on to the next workshop right about now. So the next workshop will be Introduction to Machine Learning by Ikting and Min Jia from Dunman High School, which will take 1 hour. And this will be part 1 of 2 workshops, I think. Yeah, 2 workshops. And now we shall hand over the time to them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Introduction to ML workshop. I'm Yik Ting, and I'm here today with Min Jia, which is my partner. And today we'll be sharing on basically the introduction to machine learning. So I'll be sharing my screen now.
So, hi everyone. Thank you all for attending Intro to Machine Learning workshop. I'm Ming Jia and my partner is Ik Ting. So today we'll be talking more about learning about the basics of machine learning, like definitions, as well as some applications and users of machine learning. Then all of you will be able to play around with a machine learning model making platform. It's also known as Google Teachable Machine. And you'll be able to make your very first image classification model. Lastly, more about the thinking behind the doing of machine learning will be explained. Points 4, 5, and 6 will be for the second day. So, what is machine learning? Machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence that enables self-learning from data. It is smart in the sense that when we give machines access to data, they can use that data to learn for themselves, meaning computers can do learning without the need for humans' help. They are also being set free to learn through reinforcement, drilling them on the same things and making them learn from mistakes, as well as observing data given by linking to people's behavior over long periods of time. There are many different types of machine learnings and also many different strategies of how we can employ them. So one such example would be your voice assistants, Siri, Google Assistant, Alexa, all included. We would be able to input our voices, type to them, or send them images. And these voice assistants would be able to use their algorithms to recognize our voices, search through databases for answers, and find relevant info from Google or respond to users in a friendly way. They will also be able to detect our feelings through the use of sentiment analysis. Secondly, we have social media. Above is an example of how developers design and implemented Weibo's structure of machine learning models. Each classification works hand in hand with other classes, giving the users the experience when using Weibo. Not only Weibo, but machine learning also exists in Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Take for example, in Instagram, algorithms analyze users' preferences through interactions with followers or those in their following list. So personalized feed would be provided to every single user. And if you had noticed, sometimes the advertisement pop-ups are also similar in nature with our interests. Over time, since Instagram is very popular, machine learning algorithms will also work behind the scenes, learning new information every time we click into the app. Thirdly, we have translation apps, Google Translate, as well as your iPhone Translate app. Most translation apps are powered using deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning. Its main algorithm is using the neural machine translation, in short form, NMT. A neural network is trained based on a reference set of translations. Two files are usually given for the system to learn, one with sentence in its source language, and the second with a high quality translation of this sentence into the target language. Alternatively, it utilizes predictive algorithms to guess ways to translate text in foreign languages. It aims to translate whole phrases rather than single words by itself. Lastly, we have our fourth example of machine learning, which is object identification, which has examples of Google Lens and Tesla's autopilot system. Identification of objects are being done through image classification and computer vision. Google Lens and Tesla are some of the apps able to identify objects. For example, what a certain species of plant is. Autopilot systems have to be used and recognize particular objects. There's also a use of convolutional neural network, or is also known as CNN, to detect simple objects like text, color, or language. So now let's explore how we can utilize machine learning as well as making our own machine learning model. Okay, so this is an example of us creating a model, which is our experience hard coding the model itself. So the video shows how you can hard code a machine learning model using Python's TensorFlow and Keras. And yeah, this was done by us some time back when we were experimenting with image classification. But after this experience, we learned that it is best not to hard code, as it can lead to multiple false results when implementing it to a host. But we have a simple way for you today to go through the process of creating a model without all these hassle. Introducing to you Google Teachables Machine. It is a site where you can make your own machine learning model efficiently and effectively for beginners. No knowledge of coding is required to make your very first model. Yet, you can still be able to export the auto-generated model into your own projects. There are currently 3 types of projects, namely the image, audio, and post projects, with more to come soon. For this activity, we will be using the image project of Teachable Machine to learn how to make a simple image classifier. However, you can still try out the audio and post projects in your own time. Don't worry, these concepts and steps used in the image project is very similar to the other 2 projects. So we will be getting you to try out making your first image classifier using Teachable Machine. But first, I will be demoing to you how we can go about to train this model. So we'll be doing 2 signs. We'll be using the image classifier to detect the difference between 2 hand signals, the peace sign and the thumbs up action. So meanwhile, I'll send you the link to Teachable Machine. So now I'm at the Teachable Machine part. I'll be clicking on Image Project here. So I have 2 classes. I'll name my class 1 as peace sign and my second class as thumbs up sign. You all can follow if you want to. Later, you'll be able to create your own. So now I'll record my peace sign for 10 seconds. Oh yeah, for this settings here, you can click on settings, then you can toggle hold to record off. So I will be recording 10 seconds of my peace sign images, datasets. Make sure you shift your hand in different angles if you're following along. So the model will be able to accurately predict. Then now the thumbs up sign. Same thing, record for 10 seconds. In different directions too. Okay, now we are done. We'll be training our model. This training of the model may take some time. So if your page is unresponsive, then you can click wait. Yeah.
If you guys have any problems following along or need us to slow down, please tell us and we will adjust the pace accordingly, or ask us any questions in the chat.
It will take some time, so have to be patient. And if they ask you to not switch tab, just click OK.
So all of you can try and follow along. And other than doing probably just the peace sign or the thumbs up sign, you can try and do all other kinds of signs. Maybe just put your palm there as well, like this. Or you could, I don't know, put 3 fingers up as one of the signs as well. So it's up to you. and the machine will still be able to recognize and differentiate between the two classes.
So it's almost done training. So now we test out a model. If I show a peace sign, the model quite accurately knows 100% that the output is a peace sign. But when I immediately switch to thumbs up sign, in all angles, it still predicts 100% as a thumbs up sign. So this shows that our model is quite accurate. So this is an example of how you can train the model. So now going back to our slides. So it's your task now to try out and do the activity for 10 minutes.
So you can just go ahead and press on the link that I've sent in the chat to access Teachable Machine. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us and we will try and help you out. Hello, so we received a question from Swagat from RI. So hard coding refers to, because in this case, we are using the teachable machine, which is online, and we are not writing any code at all because teachable machine currently is a no code platform. So hard coding in this case, we actually created a collab file and we had to write a whole bunch of Python code in order to create a model. So in this case, you can just press a single button and you'll train a model. So in our case, hard coding meant that we had to fill out a lot of code. Yep.
Okay, so we have a question from Zilu. Is the thing supposed to be very laggy? Mine lag until my webcam can't be detected. Technically, for a teachable machine, it's not supposed to be that laggy. Maybe you want to check your network connection. Maybe you want to try again, then you can text in the chat, see if it works now.
The thing is, a teachable machine might require a lot of computing power to create a model. So it might be slightly laggy, but hopefully you're still able to capture your images and run the model. But especially at a very front part of when you are creating the model, it may lag a bit. So you might have to be more patient and wait a while, but generally it shouldn't lag that bad. Okay, so we'll be giving you guys the last 2 minutes to try out your model, and then afterwards we'll continue on with the session.
So we have a question from Rian C. Yeah, it will take some time to train the AI because of the large amount of data sets that you have taken in the 10 seconds for both classes.
So it's a general amount of number if you have more data sets. How long actually depends a bit on your specs of your computer. So it's been 10 minutes for you. Okay, has the progress been loading? Because for example, Mintia's example just now, it didn't take that long. So yeah. Has there been any loading in the progress bar?
Have you been taking for 10 seconds, recording for 10 seconds or longer? Do you want to reduce the number of seconds? Maybe you can reduce to 5 seconds. It seems like there's a few technical errors here, but maybe Ikting, would you like to answer Jing Kai's question first?
Okay, so regarding Jing Kai's question, the backend runs on the Google server. However, some of your computing power with computer is also needed to run. So it's a match of both, I think, from what I understand. Yeah.
Would you all also like to have more time to try and solve the technical errors? Because we can probably extend about 5 minutes. For those of you who are having a bit of errors with the webcam and the time taken to teach the machine, maybe you will want to try a small amount of data sets. You can toggle the hold to record on, then you do about 50 data sets per class. See if it's better this way.
Zulu, regarding your webcam not being able to show, are you using your webcam in any other place? For example, on my computer, because currently my Zoom webcam is on, so I will not be able to open my webcam on the teachable machine. So you need to make sure that it's only the single, your webcam is only open on the teachable machine.
You all may want to try Google Chrome if your browser affects like Safari or something. You can try Google Chrome. Because I use Google Chrome just now. Okay, I think now we can continue with our workshop. I think most of y'all are okay and you've tried out Teachable Machine. So the next segment will be about the concepts behind how Teachable Machine works, and Ikting will be explaining more about it.
Okay, so we hope the Epic Music helped your machines be able to generate the model. If you're unable to generate the model yet, you might want to wait for a few more minutes, as it may depend on some factors to see how fast your model loads. So in some cases, it might take up to more than 10 minutes. So you might want to keep your tab open while listening to us. So I'll be going through some of the concepts related to machine learning and what you did just now in Teachable Machine. So what happens in Teachable Machine is that this is actually a classification problem. So we are classifying the data into two classes in this case. And in Minjia's case, it is a thumbs up and a peace sign. So that has two classes. And this is a form of supervised machine learning. So this is because we have labeled the data. We have labeled the photos in the first one as peace sign. So the machine is able to recognize it as a peace sign, while the second set of photos, we have labeled it as thumbs up. So the machine can recognize it. So the machine can only work with these labels. That's why it's called supervised machine learning. So I'll be going through some concepts of classification, and the very first one I'll be going through is the k-nearest neighbor. So if you can, so now I'll be heading back to teachable machine. If you look at teachable machine, there's some, if you click on advanced over here, over in the training tab, you can see that there are a few settings that you can change. So it's epochs, batch size, the learning rate. So these are 3 factors that I'll be covering now. And even later, or probably in the future, if you like to tweak around or play around with these values and see how they affect the accuracy of your model, feel free to go ahead. So I'll be heading back into the presentation. So now I'm going to be touching on the k-nearest neighbor model. So when classifying data, data is obvious. Data has a few factors. So 1 second. So if you can see as the chart on the right, there are 3 groups of data. So each point represents an x coordinate and each point is an x coordinate and y coordinate. And this point represents the data, or it's the photo that we just chose. So when classifying data, in this case, we have 3 groups, one which is orange, one is blue, and one is green. Let's say we have a new point, which is x. What the machine will do is that it will calculate the mean of the point, all the points in the orange group. So let's say the mean of the orange group is around here, and for the blue group, the mean is around here, and for the green group, the mean is around here. So what happens is that the machine will compare the distances between x and the other 3, and the mean of the other 3 groups. So in this case, you can see that x is kind of closer to the orange group. So x will be classified as orange. Afterwards, we will recalculate the mean value of the orange group and start classifying more data. So because we are classifying the data, so we need to know how many groups there are originally, and then afterwards, the mean of the point will keep updating and it will keep changing. So in this case, the k-nearest neighbor is quite a versatile method to do classification on. If I'm going too fast, anybody feel free to slow me down or ask any questions in the group, in the chat. So now we'll be moving on to the convolutional neural network. So the convolutional neural network is a deep learning technique. So if you can see, what happens is that it takes a whole bunch of data and then it slowly simplifies it into less data, or at least a smaller size of data. And then afterwards, it passes through a neural network to be able to produce the final product, which is the model. So the convolutional neural network has 2 parts. And the first part is convoluting and pooling. So convoluting means that I am taking the values of my photo and I'm creating a new table of data. So if you look at this photo, all of our photos are made out of pixels. And if you zoom on in, you can see very tiny pixels. And although here the photo is black and white, but on our computers or on our phone screens, the photos are often RGB, which means that they have red, green, and blue values to calculate the pixel. So our photos are made out of so many pixels. And when we have this photo, what happens during convoluting is that we would take the pixels and we'll make it into a smaller table of data. So for example, I had a picture that was 5 × 5 pixels. So in this case, I would take this 9 pixels and I'll make it 4. So I will combine the features of the image into a smaller table. So from a 5 × 5 image, it now becomes a 3 × 3 convoluted feature. So you may ask, why do we have to do convoluting? So the very first reason is that you can see that the size of the table is scaled down. So this actually reduces the image size, and thus it reduces the processing power that's required. So in our case, we already spend a lot of time, or a lot of people have to spend a lot of time creating the models in teachable machine. If we didn't have convoluting, our models would probably take a few hours to process. So with convoluting, it can reduce the processing power required. The second point is that the system can process the similarities and differences in the images. So when you look at an image, maybe let's say you want to identify this image has a water bottle. So when you look at an image, you can see that usually you won't look at one pixel and tell that, oh, this is a water bottle. In fact, you need a whole group of pixels to be able to identify that this is a water bottle. So in this case, That's why we need to convolute. So you can see that we have combined the 9 pixels into one value, sort of. So in this case, we are able to identify the trends and look at the surrounding pixels instead of just 1 pixel when we are classifying data. So that way we can process and figure out the similarities and differences in the images. And when we feed it into the, when we feed the features into the, oh, sorry, my bad. When the machine recognizes the features, so after going through convoluting, these similarities and differences will be fed into a neural network. And these neural network will take these relationships and be able to classify the images based on them. So convolution is a very important process when doing classification. So moving on, if you look at a few values that I pointed out just now, I could change the epoch, I could change the batch size or the learning rate. So I'll be covering them now, as well as a few more things. So first thing is epoch. An epoch is when a data set is passed forward and backward the neural network once. So this is only once. And one epoch may result in underfitting. This is because the data hasn't been passed through enough times. So the model is not so accurate. However, if we have too many epochs, it might result in an overfitted model. And I'll explain these two keywords, underfitted and overfitted, later. So moving on to the batch size. The batch size, initially when we take all those photos, the big data set is our batch. It's called the data set. So the batch size is calculated by dividing the batch size by the number of batches that we need. So this is because when in machine learning, we don't process the images only once, and we want to do it a few times. And each time we want to keep the portion small. So that's why we have to split the photos into a few batches, and this reduces our batch size. So tweaking around a batch size can change the accuracy of the model. So now move on to the learning rate. So what happens when the machine is trying to predict a value is that it always tries to correct. So first of all, I might predict that there is a water bottle in this picture, but the machine might predict there's a water bottle in this picture, but in reality there isn't. So the machine will slowly make corrections to the model and try to change the model in a way that it's able to make accurate predictions. So the learning rate is how much this machine changes so as to make a better model and to correct the error. So if you can see a very low learning rate, you can see that from the yellow dot, the machine makes very, very small steps from the yellow dot all the way down to make a perfect model. So this takes a very, very long time. It requires a lot of updates. And this, again, it will take ages. So however, if the learning rate is too high, you can see that from the yellow dot, the machine has actually made two big corrections that actually makes the model inaccurate. So that might be very weird behaviors happening in a model. So thus we want to ensure that our learning rate is just right so that it can reach optimally to the most accurate model. Any questions so far? Is everyone following along? Okay, now we'll be moving on to the confusion matrix. So what happens in a confusion matrix is that this is a way to identify the accuracy of the model. And this may be confusing, but I'll try to walk you through. So for example, let's take the example of whether we have a water bottle in the picture or not. So in this box, it says Tn equals to 50, and Tn refers to true negative. So in the picture, there is no water bottle, and the machine has predicted there is no water bottle. So this is actually a correct prediction. So we want more true negatives. And in this case, the machine is TP, so it's true positives. So the machine learning has predicted that there is a water bottle, and in reality, there is a water bottle. So there are 100 images that are classified correctly. However, false positives and false negatives are what we want to try and reduce our numbers of. So the false positives are when the machine predicts that there is a water bottle, but in reality, there isn't. So this is a false prediction, and thus we want to reduce the number of false positives we have. Next is the false negatives. So it kind of follows the same way, and it is that the machine learning has predicted that there's no water bottle in the picture, but in reality there is. So this is another false prediction. So from the confusion matrix, we are able to see how accurate our model is in predicting or classifying our data. And thus we can tweak our model and try to make it more accurate. So now we're touching on underfitting and overfitting. So you can see in this graph that although that most of you should know that this is quadratic graph? I'm sorry, my math. But this is a quadratic graph. So you can see that if it's underfitted, that means that the line hasn't really followed the trend. So instead of being a quadratic graph, the line looks more like a linear graph. And in this case, it is very inaccurate because a lot of the predictions will go wrong. However, if the model is overfitted, you can see that this is kind of like some join the dots kind of drawing. So in this case, it's a lot of false predictions made, and it's following very strictly to the background of the photo, or probably a lot of set details that that were never modified. So in this case, the model can only operate in those conditions, such as having staying in that background or so on. So we want to have a good fit in our model. I'm sorry if the explanation is very confusing, but I'll go and do a demo now. So I'm going to turn off my cam in Zoom to be able to turn on my cam in Teachable Machine. So give me 1 second.
New charge.
Okay. Okay, so you can see that I've turned on my webcam. So now back to Minjia's model, I might want to do the same thing, a peace sign and a thumbs up sign. So you can see that if I change the background, if I train this model and I change the background of this my photo slightly, it might not be able to predict the correct data. So for example, maybe I would like to take 10 seconds of my face here. And this is going to be really awkward, but yes, let's go to it. So 10 seconds of my face. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a photo of, what I wanted to do was actually, okay, I made a mistake. Okay, so let's say I want to do the peace sign and the thumbs up sign again. So let's say instead of not moving, you can see that Minjia actually tried to move her hand with different angles just now. If I keep my hand stable and I don't move my hand at all, and I take 10 seconds, I try not to move my hand, and it's at the exact same position. So what happens is that the machine is kind of set to recognize this background as well. So this background is now a kind of recognition. So let's say I keep a thumbs up sign and I don't move it as well. So this will result in an overfitted model because the background is exactly the same and I have not changed any elements in this photo. So now let me go and train the model and see how it goes. And I'll be right back. But before that, I'd like to explain a bit about how we want to prevent this overfitted model. And yeah, you can see that my computer is lagged a bit as well, and it happens. So afterwards, this pop-up will happen, and you can see that I'm training my data now. So yeah, what happens is that we actually want to try to keep a bigger data set with different kinds of backgrounds. So this ensures that the machine is actually recognizing the feature of my thumbs up sign or maybe my peace sign instead of actually recognizing my background. Because in this case, my machine is looking at the background. So maybe if I'm testing it now and if it checks whether let me test it out now. So since my machine model is out, let's say I change the background and I change it to show another part of my room. It's kind of accurate, but it's not as accurate as before. You can see that although I have a thumbs up sign and you can recognize it's a thumbs up sign, you can see that the accuracy is actually fluctuating a lot. So this shows that the machine is unable to cope in a different background or with a different angle. So in this case, we want to prevent this. And I'll head back to my slides. Sorry, please wait for a second, facing some technical difficulties. Okay, so what happens is that we want to try to keep a bigger range of photos to be able to make our model more accurate. And thus, this hopefully prevents the overfitting from happening. I'll just continue my slides off here. So we will also want to try and prevent having similar data sets. Hold on, let me turn off my camera here. Okay, what happens is that we want to try and prevent having similar data sets because the machine relies on having obvious features to be able to differentiate the photos. So in this case, we want to try and keep our photos more distinct and so that our machine is able to predict it more accurately. Okay, so the machine learning relies on obvious features, and thus if we have similar data sets, the machine is unable to differentiate between the classes. Moving on to why we need a lot of data. So as I mentioned earlier on, some photos may be messy, incomplete. We might not show, like for example, I might keep my pose of a thumbs up sign here, but it doesn't show this pose, this angle instead. So to make my photos complete, I want to have a range of backgrounds and different angles to be able to make my model more accurate, and thus this prevents the overfitting from happening. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the very last point, which is data biasness, and I hope you all are still with me. Any questions, type it in the chat. So if the machine sees 10,000 cats, let's say I have this class which is named cats and it's 10,000 photos, but instead I only have a class of 5 dogs, photos of dogs. So the chances are that the machine is more likely to predict a cat than a dog. This is because it has seen cats more times than dogs, so it is unable to have a high accuracy for a cat. So now I'm going to do another live example. And wrong button, sorry. So I'm going to remove all my samples over here, and I'm going to stop my video once again. And if I turn on my webcam, and I want to, what happens if I want to take, let's say, a lot of photos for the thumbs up sign, but very few photos for the peace sign. So let's see what happens. Let's take 10 seconds, which is our standard, and maybe I'll turn the angle a little bit as well. As demo, I'll keep the background the same, but general gist is to have a larger number of pictures with different backgrounds. So now let's see what happens if I just take, I don't know, 5 photos of the peace sign. Okay, done. So now I'm going to train my model. Okay, so you can see that this will not go out well because I have 230 images of the thumbs up, but only 10 images of the peace sign. So it's very likely that it will be unable to recognize the peace sign. Okay, so while we are waiting, let's give you guys some time to explore and play around with your teachable machine. So we'll give you guys 10 minutes to, you guys can, probably 5 minutes. So you guys can add more classes or play around with these numbers. And before I end off, I'd just like to turn on my cam and prove to you that the peace sign is very inaccurate. You can see it's very fluctuating, whereas the thumbs up sign is a complete 100%. If you can see in Minjia's example just now, the peace sign was actually pretty high accuracy and it's kind of stayed at 100%. But in this case, it's very low accuracy. Okay, so moving back to the slides, we'll be giving you 5 minutes to try out and create your own image classifier with probably more data. So we'll get back to you at 1:51. And if you have any questions, feel free to voice it out. Thank you.
So you can test out different ePort learning rates and all of the other factors inside the teachable machine, and you can play around with more classes too.
Okay, we'll be giving everyone the last minute to finish up your training of models. And I mean, even after this event, if you need, you can play around with the teachable machine and tweak some values around, or try out different data sets or so. Okay, so hope you guys were able to train up some models. Now let's move on to the very final part of today's workshop. And what we'll be doing is that currently we can only use our model within Teachable Machine. However, now I'm going to open up these options, which is for you to download your model. And by downloading a model, you can use your model in Python or JavaScript. So we'll be doing that for the next session. So before that, we want to introduce two words. So to use the model in Python code, we'll be using this file format, which is Keras. So Keras is a Python model. And for JavaScript, it is a JSON file. So now I'll be doing a live demo on how to download the model. So if you look, previously I've created this really bad model, but I'll still continue to export it. If you look here under TensorFlow.js, this is for the JavaScript exporting. So you can simply press TensorFlow.js and then you press download, and this will enable you to download the model. So we'll be doing this next session. So this is just a kind of prerequisite before you come in tomorrow. The very second thing is for Python. So you click on TensorFlow without the .js, and you can see that I'm able to choose two conversion types. I will select the Keras model, and again, I download my model. And just like that, I have my two models downloaded. We'll teach you how to implement your models in your code later. Sorry, tomorrow's session. So finishing off, because tomorrow we are going to be covering quite a bit of content. So we hope that some of you will be able to learn up a bit about some simple syntax. So in our folder, it's one of the admins able to send out the link to our folder now. In our folder, we have put together our a few cheat sheets. So the cheat sheets are for Python, JavaScript, and HTML. So before tomorrow, we hope that you guys can go and look through the Python and JavaScript code, and at the same time, learn a bit of the basic if-else syntax, because we're going to be using that tomorrow. If you know how if-else functions, then you should be you should be fine. And it'll be a big plus to look through the HTML document, because this enables you to think about how you can implement your models further in your website. And finally, if you haven't, sign up for a GitHub account. So you can just head to github.com and you can log in via Google and you'll create your account. So that is just in preparation for tomorrow's workshop. So look through the cheat sheets and sign up for the GitHub account. One of the admins will be sending in the folder link in a second. So before that, let's end off today's session with a Kahoot. Minjia, can you share screen? So we'll be playing Kahoot, which will be Zilu. You mentioned that your export only allows JavaScript. If you click on TensorFlow, which is the second tab, you'll be able to get Keras. So Keras will be for you to implement in Python. Do you see the Keras? Meanwhile, can the rest of you please join the Kahoot over in the link? So head over to Kahoot, the IT and the game pin is there.
The game pin is 1549043.
Zilu, you mentioned that yours doesn't have Keras for Python. Thank you for mentioning it out, and I will look into your problem. So yours only shows TensorFlow.js, am I right? Yours doesn't show TensorFlow. Okay, I'll look into that problem and then I'll get back to you tomorrow. Thank you. Melody has sent over the link to the resources, so you guys can go and enter the drive, and there are 3 cheat sheets inside, so you guys can refer it before tomorrow, or even refer to it during tomorrow's lesson. That's fine as well. Okay, we shall wait for probably around 30 more seconds before everyone joins.
The rest of the 20 people in the participants, you can feel free to join the Kahoot because we'll be starting soon.
Okay, so we'll be starting our Kahoot now. Yep. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, yeah, just type in the chat and we'll try and answer your question. So the first one is, what is machine learning? There are 2 options, and Minjia covered this earlier on at the very front of the presentation. Ooh, answers streamed in real fast. Okay. That was really, really fast. Okay, 3 people left. 2. Come on. It's 2 options. Okay, so majority of you got the question correct. So machine learning is a branch of AI that constantly improves. It is not, well, it is kind of being programmed to do so, but in a lot of cases, it learns from itself. So that's why we need the deep learning and the neural networks, because it learns from its own data and constantly improves itself. So that's why we mentioned that it's improving accuracy over time. Next question. So we can see that, is that you, Minjia?
Yeah.
Okay, so Minjia is right on the leaderboard, but below that we have I Need Coffee, whoever that is, and Hello World. Okay, so teachable machine is a what machine learning problem? I covered this, I mentioned this keyword so many times. This is a what problem? Last 3 answers. We're very sorry, but we might overrun slightly before the ideation segment. Okay, so it's a classification problem, and I have said this many times, but if you can see, we are classifying the photos into two groups, so it's a classification problem. Next question. Okay, so Minjia is still on the top, obviously. Larger data set. What does a larger data set do? I did the demo just now. That's a hint, that's a clue. What can a larger data set reduce the chances of? So last few answers, and okay, great. Majority of you got it correct. So it prevents overfitting. So with a larger data set, we can have probably more angles or more backgrounds. So we prevent the machine from just learning from a particular atmosphere or particular surroundings. So it increases the accuracy of the model. And in fact, you increase the processing time because you have more images to process. Yep, next question. And Minjia is still on the top. Oh no, Minjia has dropped. But we have a lot of new people on the top. Our RI Sarge is first of all. If you'd like to identify yourself, go ahead. No?
Well done to Halogen and Matt too.
Okay, next, please. So fourth question is multi-select, so you can select a few. Why are images convoluted? This is a harder question. And there's one of them which is a tricky answer. So why are images convoluted? Ooh, answers are slower this time, but this is a really hard question. Okay, so actually a lot of you got the correct answers. And yeah, so convolution of the images doesn't increase the size of the data set. It actually keeps the size of the data set the same, just that it makes the model more accurate. And at the same time, because we scale it down, so it is a reduction in processing power, and it allows the machine to process the distinct features. Next. Ooh, okay. That's really strong. On the leaderboard, last question. To use the model in Python is a what file? Come on, come on, come on. It's a really easy one. It's a really easy one. It's a Python. Okay, that's it. It's Keras. 5 of you got tricked by a Keras, but that's fine. So it's a Keras file, and JavaScript is JSON file. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. Next. Ooh, Matt has dropped down one ranking. And instead, this face has, whatever this face is, upside down face has risen to the 3rd place. Last question. So the last one is just to assess what you feel about today's workshop. And there's no points, so whether you think it was just right, too hard, or too easy. No points are given. All right, so okay, so we will try to keep the workshop pace okay tomorrow, but it may be slightly harder tomorrow because we are implementing it into code. So if you are having trouble following along, please voice out in the chat tomorrow as well. Okay, so with that, we have come to the end of our workshop. Thank you, everyone, for listening in, and congrats to these 3 players for winning today's track vote.
Well done, guys.
Thank you. Now I'll be passing on the time to the MCs.
All right, thank you, Ik Ting and Minjia, for the wonderful presentation. So I hope that all of you have learned something today for machine learning. And for those of you who want to maybe even consider implementing machine learning into your AIWinpetition, you can do so. And for those of you who want to learn more, don't worry, there will be a part 2 tomorrow. So now it's time for
So you guys have now 1 hour, 30 minutes to brainstorm some ideas. But before we get into ideation, Jinghong, could you tell them about the ticketing system in Discord?
Sure. So you'll be put into your breakout rooms to come up with the proposal for today. And if you run into any trouble, you can go into Discord, which the link will be sent into the chat right now. And then you can go into the conference consultation channel, which is under events and workshops. And if you see in that channel, you'll see a ticketing board. And all you need to do is to click that icon there to react to that message. And then a separate channel will be created. You'll get a notification from it as well. And you just have to go into the channel, and this will be what you will see. And then all you need to do is to write down your problems, be as specific as possible so that the facilitators can help you out. And when the facilitators have given you a solution, please remember to thank them, because our facilitators work really hard in the background. So please thank our facilitators. And after you are done, you can just click the lock icon on the top, and it will lock the channel, and all will be done. So now we shall move all of you into the various breakout rooms. And if you don't have a breakout room, don't worry, I think you'll be assigned into one pretty soon.
Yes, please do give us a couple of minutes to finish assigning the rest of you into breakout rooms.
All right, so just give us a few minutes. I think it will be
The breakout rooms have now been opened. Please accept the invite.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the breakout rooms. Hopefully you had a productive ideation segment. So now we'll be moving on to the next keynote. Give me a second. Before we move on to the keynote, I would just like to mention that your proposal has to be submitted via the link that will be sent into the chat right now. And by 6:15 p.m., do note that late submissions will not be entertained. And then by 9 p.m., our facilitators will give you some feedback. After the event today, you can continue working on your proposals and submit your final submission by 2359 tonight, and you will receive your points by 8:40 tomorrow. So now we shall head into the next section.
So the next section will be a keynote presentation from a software engineer at Google. Her name is Ms. Chu, and she graduated from the University of Washington with a bachelor degree in computer science. So without further ado, let's invite Ms. Chu to tell us more.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. Let me quickly share my slide. Cool. Today, I'll be sharing with all of you 3 messages for my younger self. And before we get started, I'll be using slido.com for Q&A. So if you have any questions later, feel free to post them at slido.com with the passcode 11722. My name is Lily. I'm a software engineer. I have been at Google for 7 years. I joined Google right out of college. Here's my first message. it is for anyone. So I wanted to say that anyone can major in computer science and anyone can become a software engineer. And I'll be telling you my story to prove my point. I was born and raised in Kuching, which is a city in East Malaysia. For those of you that don't know where Kuching is, it is a city with the best laksa. We call it Sarawak Laksa. I went to an ordinary high school. It is a high school that offers both art and science stream. I was assigned to a science stream, which meant I studied subjects such as chemistry, biology, physics. I didn't have any exposure to programming and computer science. And in fact, I didn't even own a computer until I was 18 years old. This is my first laptop. I got it when I was 18 years old. And it has features that none of your computers have today. On the right, it has a disk reader. And on the left, it has 10 ports. Are you not able to access 11722? Let me quickly check if there's any. Do you want to try posting a text question to see if it will show up? Yeah, okay, so I already saw a question, so okay, cool. Yeah, so after I graduated from high school, I decided to major in computer science. I like to tell people that I used the process of elimination because at that time, I knew that I didn't want to be a doctor or engineer and computers seemed interesting. So I chose to major in computer science without knowing what I could do with the degree after I graduated. And I also didn't know anything about software engineering role. Anyway, I was lucky enough to be able to pursue my undergrad study in the University of Washington, and I took a course called Introduction to Programming. One of the homework was to write a program that print out the ASCII art of the Space Needle. That's the real Space Needle for reference. And towards the end of the course, we were asked to write a program to define a critter and participate in a critter tournament as shown on the screen. So thanks to the interesting homework and also the great syllabus and great lecturer, I fell in love with programming. And throughout that course, I was just constantly amazed that coding let us produce results simply by typing on the keyboard. When I was in college, I interned twice at Google. If I can only share with you one thing, I actually learned a lot throughout the internship, but if I can only share with you one thing, and just one, it would be that free food is everything. But yeah, joke aside, in all seriousness, I learned a lot. And for example, I get to know how software engineer actually write code, like it requires a unit test, a bunch of testing, and then what are the release processes. So I get to experience what is it like to be a software engineer. And yes, yeah, free food was great. These are the Googlers that I worked with throughout my internship. Most of them are still at Google today. And one of them, my intern host, is actually also based in the Google Singapore office today. So I joined Google as a full-time software engineer after I graduated. Since then, I have worked on multiple projects. The most recent one was a sport platform in Google Pay, which let third-party integrate their custom experience inside the Google Pay app. Is everyone still stuck at the free food slide? Okay. Yeah, so if you are wondering what the term Noogler means, we use that term to refer to people that recently joined Google. I'll leave it to you as a homework to figure out how that word was formed. So that's how I decided to major in computer science. As you can see, I actually fell into it by accident. I wouldn't choose to major in it if I didn't apply the process of elimination. And I was lucky that I took Introduction to Programming steps ahead of me. You're taking computing courses now, so I hope you will use this opportunity to figure out if you like computer science, you like programming, and whether or not you like problem solving. Since I don't have any programming background, or I didn't even own a computer until I was 18 years old. Until I was 18 years old, if I can do it, I want to say that so can you. Here's my second message. It is not easy to major in computer science. It is also not easy to be a software engineer. So before I went to University of Washington, I actually was enrolled in a one-year American University program in Malaysia. And one of the courses that I took was Java programming. And at that time, I didn't understand anything that the instructor was teaching. I didn't understand what is a for loop and why are there a bunch of I's in the for loop. Well, yeah, you might have guessed that since I didn't understand anything, I failed the first programming exam. It was the first time that I actually failed an exam in my life. So I remember going back to my dorm, feeling really devastated, calling my mom. But I was determined to not fail the course. So yeah, I channeled the inner kiasuness in me and did a lot of self-study. I remember finished reading the whole textbook, which was really thick. After reading the whole thing, I think I managed to understand the basic programming concept. So I passed the second exam, and combining with all the project and exams, I eventually passed the subject. And my 4 years at college weren't exactly smooth sailing. The courses were getting harder, especially in my third and fourth year. There are classes that I did well, such as database management class, and there were subjects that I could have been better, such as operating system. I also had to juggle between being a student, being a teaching assistant, and a research assistant. But I wasn't alone. I seek help by attending professors' office hour, and I also ask my friends and classmates questions whenever I need extra explanation. Office hours are additional time slot that professors set up to answer student questions outside of lectures. I also had a project partner for classes that assign group project. This is my project partner and I discussing a problem in the computer lab. It was probably a really hard problem. He got super frustrated and hugged the pillar for comfort. But we made it in the end. After 4 years, we graduated. This is us at our graduation ceremony. And this is my favorite lecturer who taught me database management class and also let me be a research assistant under her. After I joined Google as a full-time software engineer, my first project was first-party profile API in Google Play Services. This is the really old UI in 2014. Since then, it has got revamped and has a new UI. So it requires mobile development. At that time, I didn't understand anything about mobile development because I didn't learn any of it in university or outside of university. So it was completely new to me. But I was excited to learn because I feel that there is a lot of growth in that area. It was hard at the very beginning. I had no idea what I was doing. There was one bug that was particularly hard to fix, mainly because I didn't understand the code base. So I spent evenings after work reading through the code, trying to understand it, and will ask my teammates questions during the daytime whenever I have any. So things got better after that. I even got a peer bonus from my tech lead for going above and beyond in helping to fix bugs. So peer bonuses are cash bonuses that team members can give to each other to recognize other people's effort. So as software engineers go up our career ladders, the challenges will definitely be bigger and harder over time. And manager will also assign stretch assignment to help us grow and get outside of our comfort zone. So I want to say that it is okay to feel uncomfortable. And the term that I like to use to describe the situation is uncomfortably excited. So my point is, it is not easy, but you will not be alone. You can always ask for help, work hard, and you will get through it. And you should get through it because it is worth it. Firstly, as most of you already know, software engineers are highly paid. The median yearly salary for a software engineer in Singapore is about 140,000 per year, which is roughly 11,000 per month. But of course, yeah, we all know that money is not everything. We need to make sure we enjoy what we are working on, what we are doing. For me personally, being a software engineer is a really fun and rewarding experience because I get to solve interesting problems and make a huge impact. One of my projects is actually trying to make sure that users in emerging markets can search the web easily. So we launched Google Go to users to the next billion users. And other interesting problems that software engineers try to solve include how to make self-driving car safe and reliable, how Facebook can make it easy for users to connect and share with each other easily. And furthermore, how Google Assistant can be more helpful and conversational. Software allows us to build solutions that has a huge impact. Say you're a lecturer and you want to send out the homework of the day early morning tomorrow, but you didn't want to wait out early to send it. Wouldn't it be nice if there is a feature that allows you to just auto send it the next day instead of immediately? Well, as a software engineer, you can build the feature called schedule send. Within a few weeks, you can build it, test it, and then roll out the final version to 1 billion Gmail users within the span of a few weeks. So to put that in context, 1 billion user is roughly 200 times the population of Singapore. So software, like this is the scale of impact that software can allow us to make within just a few weeks. Lastly, I also like the fact that I get to work with a diverse set of people with diverse set of opinions. We can always brainstorm what are the problems to solve, what are the solutions to try. It is a very rewarding experience to get to learn from all the other smart people around me. So my point is, it is worth it. As a software engineer, you get to have fun, you get to learn from other people, and you get to solve real world problems. And as a bonus, you also get paid nicely. So my message to you is, anyone can become a software engineer. Anyone can major in computer science, but it is not going to be easy. There will be challenges ahead. I'm sure you can overcome it. You are not alone. Ask for help. Work hard. And once you landed a job as a software engineer, you will realize that it is worth it. Yeah, I would appreciate any feedback for this session. If you can just fill in the short form that has just 3 questions. Now I'll pull out the questions that all of you had. Okay, yeah, first question. What can I do now to improve my chances to get into Google or get an internship at Google? There are a few things that you can do. So I know people who work on side projects and put them on resume. And also there are a few programming challenges out there that you can enroll in. Yeah, let me post the link. And also let me try to get the list of courses that you can try. So there are Code Academy that you can already try to go through all the programming courses, and there are Top Coder and other competitions that you can try to see if you enjoy doing it. And then if you get a really good result, you can also put it on your resume. And also, once you get a resume, feel free to pass it to your seniors or mentors to take a look. And if you know someone that are working at Google, you can also ask them for referral. Okay, I'll go to the next question, but feel free to pause again if you have follow-up question. What do you do when you face a challenging programming problem that you couldn't solve? Well, I will, if it is something that other people already know how to solve, I will understand, instead of telling them, or instead of just letting them tell you an answer, you should try and figure out what was the thought process, like how did they get to that solutions. And as you do that, it will come naturally to you next time. If you face a similar problem again, there are just different thinking process that you can apply to eventually come out with a question, to eventually come out with the solution. You can always ask your friends and professors for help. And definitely you should understand how they come up with the solution instead of just blindly following the solution. Was it difficult to get a job or internship at Google? Let's see. So there are different processes. First you need to, there are different processes that we need to go through. First is have an interview opportunity. And once you have an interview opportunity, you need to, we need to do well in the interview to get the internship. And once you get the internship, we need to do well at the job. And subsequently, if there's conversion interview, you also need to, we also need to make sure to do well in the conversion interview. So there are different, I would say there are different stages with its own challenges. So first, is to make sure, initially, is to make sure to have good grades and also good projects to back out your resume. And then during interview, make sure you are prepared. There are a lot of resources out there to help you prepare for the interview. Last time, the book that I used to read was Cracking the Code Interview. But I know that currently there are many online resources that you can try. And yeah, during the internship, your host, during the internship, you might find that initially for the first few weeks, it will take some time to get used to Google's tools and framework, and your mentor and host will understand too. So they will give you a few weeks to ramp out, and then they will help you with your project. Don't be afraid to ask questions and get help. And after that, yeah, when you start as a full-time software engineer, there will be some challenges too. It's okay to ask for help. So the answer to that question is, it is difficult, but it's not impossible, and you should try. I think I sort of also answered this question already. There are internship opportunity with many different tech companies. So yeah, it depends on, it is difficult, but it's also, yeah, I'm sure you can do it if you are really interested and polish your resume and work on side project. I think I answered that question already, but let me know. Feel free to unmute yourself and ask live question if you require any follow-up. So it depends. So there are two types of internship now, like offered by Google, for example. There is one internship that is offered to second-year university student, and then there's a regular suite internship. For internship that is offered to second-year university student, usually we don't expect the student to already have taken algorithm class, but they would need to at least understand some basic data structure. And for three like regular for the other three internship, yeah, we would expect that the student would have known data structure and most of the algorithm. What do I do during my free time? I like to read a non-fiction book, and also, as you can see, I have a drum on my background. I like to play drum, and I also like to work on some small project. Can you elaborate on getting paid nicely? Yeah, based on the labels.fyi, the median, even though I don't think, well, it's based on whoever submitted their salary information, but based on labels.fyi, it's around 11K per month, the median salary, and I checked it's comparable to other popular jobs in Singapore. Oh, it's aiming to work at this big company worth it nowadays. I think it depends on what you like to work on, and whether or not you like the culture and so forth. There are definitely people that prefer to work on smaller company and have a startup or at a startup. But for me, working at Google, I would say, yeah, it's worth it. So far, I have been. It's fun for me. I get to work in different countries. So I started in the United States and then moved to London and then moved to Singapore. So there is an internal mobility of working at a big company, and they also offer you an option of changing projects, and it also has a proper career ladder that you can follow to grow. For example, at a big company, usually you will join as a junior software developer. At Google, it's like software engineer 3, software engineer 3, and then you become software engineer 4, and then senior software engineer, staff software engineer, and so forth. So there is a proper career ladder that you can grow in the company. Yeah, it's by process of elimination, but I did find out that I like programming in the end. Is a degree necessary? It is quite common to require a degree, but as you have seen, there are a few cases where people can also be a software engineer or developer without a university degree. No, not so much. So I would just basically, I actually don't know what is CV. Wait, let me quickly look up.
Computer vision.
Oh, computer vision. Okay. No, I haven't. So my project currently doesn't involve AI, ML, or CV. It's mostly mobile development, and we would work with other team that specialize in ML to serve personalized content, but not so much on actually training the model on my own. Yeah, it changed. I think accidentally archived that question, but yeah, it does change. For example, like AI, ML, and computer vision, which I didn't really specialize in any of those. I still specialize in mobile development, but I'll work with teams that are specialized in other areas. So I need to at least know enough to approach them with our requirements. Do you face imposter syndrome a lot? Yeah, I do. I do. Every time I will feel that I'm not good enough, but it helps to have a friend that will listen to you when you mention to them that you are not good enough, and they can tell you that you're wrong. So yeah, I do face imposter syndrome a lot. female in the tech industry is difficult. How is gender distribution at Google? From the last data that I remember, for software engineer, female software engineer was, I think at Google was about 16%. That was the data from a few years ago when I checked. I don't think it is, at least personally, it's not difficult for me. I have a lot of, I have the opportunity and the support that I need. And at our company, we're also trying to make sure that the company is inclusive and there is no unconscious bias. So there are classes that Googlers will take to make sure that we are always being inclusive and will not have this unconscious bias that will make our coworkers feel excluded. Important details will be programming languages that you know, and I think it's important. Sometimes people will just list everything that they know without specifying the level of proficiency. So I feel that it is important to list everything you know, but also add how good you are at those skills, so that interviewers can roughly know how to test you on that, or your future employer can also see if you are a good fit. What sort of project am I working on? So previously, so I just started a new team, but previously was a sport platform in Google Pay, which allowed third parties to put their immersive experience in a Google Pay app, so that users can easily pay for the product seamlessly within the app. And previously, before that in London, I was working on building a new search app for the users in emerging market. And before that was the Android Google search app, the actions that at that time was before assistant. So, but AGSA does allow us to set a reminder, set an alarm via voice, so voice search, and so forth. Yeah. And right now it's starting a new team to see how we can help merchant connect with user better in the Google Pay. What do you do in a typical day of work? So it varies because it depends on what is required of you during that time. Right now, because I'm managing a team, so my typical day of work, I would say to actively identify the roadblocks that my team members are facing, and then try to unblock them as soon as possible, and then also think about what are the next thing or next opportunity that our team can do. So basically, yeah, reading lots of email, docs, and then writing docs and email. Is it very stressful? Are you busy all the time? Okay, I think it can get stressful sometimes, especially when you are trying to target a certain launch date for your project or for your feature. But yeah, it can get stressful sometimes, and then you can get busy sometimes too. But you can manage your own time and see what is reasonable. Yeah, I ask myself this question most of the time too. Is it, should I go deep in one area, or should I know more? So I think it really depends on what you want to do. For example, right now, my peers, some of them specialize in one area, some of them doesn't specialize in one area, but they can handle multiple, but they know enough to handle projects in a few areas. So it really depends on what you enjoy doing. Yes, I did go to US with a scholarship. How do you see yourself in 5 and 10 years? Well, I imagine I will still be a software engineer because I like doing that, and I would want to keep solving harder and bigger problems. I know we are out of time, so should I stop here?
I think you can take maybe a couple more questions. Yeah.
Okay. What skill set or qualification a requirement in order to work as a software engineering intern? Well, the first for step intern, let's say at least need to know, need to be proficient in at least one programming language and know problem-solving skill, able to debug and get help, and also for side project. Last time one side project that I worked on during my first summer break was I just built a website, and that helped me get conversation. That helped me get the conversation going during career fair, because the recruiter or engineer will ask me, oh, what are the problems or challenges that you face when you were building the website? Yeah, nowadays, I think, yeah, either mobile development, maybe you can try Flutter, which would be interesting, or you can also try other ML project that you think might be interesting. If I do not have good ideas, should I still pursue software engineering? Do you enjoy doing it? Like, do you, if you feel excited? So for me, the changing, the point that I really realized I enjoy programming is the satisfaction. Like, once you start writing code and then you can be blocked on something, but after that, once you figure out the solution and actually see the whole result, there is like an excitement that that come out of it. So if you enjoy doing it, and also like software engineer, there are many different fields, right? So you can pick one that you might be better at, and try to see if it is. You can either be a general software engineer or you can specialize in a certain area. I would say give it a try. And once you start becoming a software engineer, you realize that you don't like it, but you still like technical thing. You can then change like product manager, let's for example, or change to UX designer. So I have known people that started out as software engineer and then decide that they like tech stuff, they like to build software, but they don't necessarily want to be a software engineer. They can still be a PM, product manager, or UX designer. I think I sort of answered this question already, but let me know if you have further clarification.
Sorry, I think time's up.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chu, for the insightful keynote. Now we shall be having a 5-minute break, and we will come back at 4:11. Sorry. Please be back by then for the next workshop. Thank you.
Okay, time now is already 4:11, so let's move on to the next activity.
That will be the face recognition with Python workshop part 1 by King Ming and Yu Sen from Anglo-Chinese Junior College.
It'll be for 2 hours, so let's start. Have fun, guys.
Hello guys, welcome to the Introduction to Face Recognition with Python workshop. So before we start the session proper, just a quick check, like for all the participants, can you check you have all the prerequisites here as shown on the screen? If you haven't installed all the prerequisites, please do so later during the demo session, or when I do the introduction part. And if you have any questions, you can just text in the chat box, and then my team will answer for you. And also, I'm going to send this link to the, oops. I'm going to send this link to the chat box as well, in case you don't know where to find this document. Okay. Hi guys, welcome to Introduction to Face Recognition with Python. And this workshop is conducted by ACGC Tech Council. And I'm Yusen. I'm going to be the first speaker of today's session. So together with me today is Kimi, Ansel, and Andrea. So Kimi will be the second speaker. And we have another session. And then for the second session, you are going to see Ansel and Andrea. So let's get started. So the first thing I would like to introduce to you is the two terms face detection and face recognition. So what's the main difference? So face detection is mainly about detecting human faces within a larger images. So however, face recognition involves not only recognizing there is a human face in the image, it also attempts to establish whose face this image belongs to. So both actually have a wide range of applications. For example, face detection, it can be used to count how many people have entered a particular area, or sometimes, let's say, sometimes we go to the malls and you have a screen, and that the advertisement will going to be displayed when, let's say, someone passes by the screen. So this technology also both uses face detection. For face recognition, I think most of you should be more familiar with this term. Like let's say your phones, right? A lot of your phones use face recognition for you to unlock your phone. For some application, also use that also. And in banks, airports, they also use face recognition to help to reduce crime and to prevent violence. So for us to achieve face recognition, of course, we need to achieve face detection first. So the first step we're going to do for the computer to detect a face is going to turn an image from the color version into black and white. So this is so that there's going to be less data from the computer to process. Next, we're going to find the gradient. So I think most of you shouldn't be too unfamiliar with this term gradient. Many of you might heard this term in your maths lesson. So in face detection, it's kind of like a similar idea. So I'm going to explain this using this diagram here. So we just focus on these 3 pixels, like these 3. You can see that the color intensity actually increases as I go from this direction. Like this is the lightest, and then become a bit darker. This is the darkest among the 3. Okay, so what we are going to do is going to draw an arrow from the lighter pixel to the darker pixel. So these arrows are called gradients. So it's kind of like a similar concept to like the gradient in math. So it's basically tells you the change in color intensity or the brightness. So next, we're going to do this for every single pixel in the image. So eventually, you're going to end up with every pixel being replaced by an arrow, like as shown, like something like that. Then many of you may start to wonder, like, why we need to do this? It seems to be a very random thing to do, right? So actually, there's a very good reason for us to replace every pixel with gradients. So let's imagine we have like 2 images of the same person, but one is a really dark image, the other is really light image, really bright image. So so the 2 images are going to have totally different pixel values. But the thing is, if we consider a gradient, consider only the direction of the change in color intensity, and both the really dark image and the really light image is going to give us the same representation. So this actually is a lot of work for us, because now what we need to do is to find the basic pattern on the face instead of caring about all the pixel values. So so eventually, by calculating the gradients, we're able to turn the original image into a very simple representation that captures the basic structure or the basic traits of a face, and in a much simpler way. So next, for the computer to find the face in an HOG image, the next thing we need to do is to do the comparison. So basically now we have our image, and then we have a lot of input data from the database. So we need is to do the comparison if the image that we inputted is similar to the known pattern identified in the database, and then the computer will recognize, okay, this is a human face. Then if it's not, then it's not a human face. So next, for now, everything sounds like quite good, right? But the thing is, we still have a problem. The problem is not all faces are perfectly centered, like in the image. Sometimes the face may, let's say, at a certain corner, or they may face different directions. So in this case, how we solve this problem is to use the face landmark estimation. So how we're going to do is we're going to come up with 68 facial landmarks on our faces. So as you can see here, right, these are the basic characteristics of the basic structure of your face, like the rough shape of your face, your eyes, your nose, and your mouth. So now we're going to train a machine learning algorithm for the computer to be able to find these specific 68 points on any faces. And after that, we're able to extract these 68 points. Then what we can do is we can either rotate or scale or move the face or share the image so that the main structure, let's say your eyes or nose, are perfectly centered as shown here. So this actually solved the problem that we have discussed just now. Then we're going to use another neural network, and then this neural network is going to calculate 128 facial measurements. So you can interpret this 128 facial measurement as kind of like some basic characteristics or the main characteristics of a human face, of a person's face. Let's say the distance between the two eyes, or let's say the size of your mouth, or like the size of your ears, something like that. And then these characteristics are actually unique to each person. So you can use this to do a comparison with also the bunch of images, a bunch of data in the database. And then if we find a similar pattern, and then the computer is going to tell you that, okay, this is actually the same person. So this is how we are able to successfully recognize whose face this face in the image actually is. Okay, so this is just a brief introduction of how face recognition works.
So this is a general display of what the final product will look like, where you'll draw a box with your name below, down here, of the face, and even if I move, it's still going to be able to track me. And then if I give it an angle, it doesn't recognize.
Hello.
Okay. It'll query me for who it is, and this will just keep improving the program. You can even add new faces that way. Okay.
thank you, Ansel. So,
Oh, hi, Ansel. You are still here.
I think I just continue first. Let me share my screen. I'm going to continue to the next part. So the next part we're going to be OpenCV and TTS. So we're going to cover the basic techniques of OpenCV and TTS. So what is OpenCV? OpenCV stands for Open Source Computer Vision Library. It's a huge open source library for the computer vision, machine learning, and image processing. It has a wide range of applications such as face recognition, which is going to be the main focus of our workshop. It can also be used for object recognition as well. It can be used for automated inspection and surveillance. Basically has a lot of applications in our life. So there are the things we're going to cover for OpenCV. It looks like a lot, but they are actually quite simple and easy if you follow me along the way. We're going to do some like basic operation we can do on the image. And take note that rotation of image is actually an additional technique, and you may not need to know, like, because it's not really used in the subsequent session, but it's good for you to know. So now I'm going to cover this one by one. Okay. So the first thing is we want to read an image. So for OpenCV, the first thing we're going to do is definitely to import CV2 first. And then the first thing is we want to load an image. Okay, so what we're going to do first, we're going to define a path first. So so the path is kind of like tell the computer where that is going to extract the image from. So in this case, the image I want is actually this, right? The Dave here. So because I already saved this file in the same pattern file in the same file, so I can just use Dave.png. Like remember to include the image format. And then the syntax going to use for reading an image is cv2.mread, then path followed by flag. So what is flag? Let me explain in this way. Sorry, let me copy this over. It's a bit long. So for the purpose of our workshop, we're mainly focused on these three, like cv2.mread color, cv2.mread grayscale, and cv2.mread unchanged. It can also be represented as these three numbers. So for cv2.mread color, it's going to load a color image. So let's say the image is transparent, it's going to be neglected. If it's 0, it's going to load the image in a grayscale mode. If it's -1, as the name suggested, it's going to load the image as it is, like unchanged. So in this case, for me, I'm going to load my image. I'm going to name this image as mg, and the cv2.mread. Then, then the next thing is a path. We already defined the path here. So I just put the path here. Or if you don't define the path beforehand, you can just like copy this over like that also. Up to you. Then followed by our flag. In this case, I'll just put -1 here. So we already so if we run the code, means we're going to load our image. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to display the image. So the syntax we're going to use is Let me write it here first. Display the image. So the syntax I'm going to use is cv2 dot show, then followed by the label of the window, then followed by the name of the image. So since we're going to display the image, means the image is going to display in the window. So the label of the window means it's just refer to how we are going to name this new window. The name of the image is basically this one. This is the image we want to display. So so in our case, it's just going to be cv2.show. I'm going to call the window, maybe I'll call it image or whatever like you like. Image, then followed by the name of the image you want to display, which is mg. Next, next, after we display the image, we don't want it to stay there forever. We want to close the window. How we're going to do that? We're going to use these two lines of code, which is one is cv2 dot with key. Oh, sorry, the key is uppercase. Then the next line of code is cv2 dot destroy all windows. So let me explain to you what these two lines of code are for. So for cv2.waitKey it means that we're going to, if the computer is going to wait for some amount of time or some period of time before it moves to the for you to press any key on the computer before it moves into the next line of code. So so what it does is wait for an amount of time for you to press any key before moving to the next line. So so what you input in the bracket is actually the time. So the unit of time is in milliseconds. Another thing we need to take note is if input 0, it doesn't mean like we are going to close this window immediately. It means we're going to wait for an infinite amount of time. Okay, so our case we're going to put 0 here. So destroy all window basically means we will close all the window that displays the image. Okay, so let's see how it. Oops. Let's see how it's going to work. Yes, we're going to display the image, which is safe. When I press any key on the keyboard, the window will be closed. Another thing I want to introduce to you is sometimes, right, we want the user or you want yourself to press a specific key on the keyboard in order for the computer to know that, okay, you want to close the window. How we're going to do that is going to use a while loop. So while, maybe I'll put this in front. I'll put it as comment. So now what we're going to do is press a specific key in order for the windows to be closed. So So in the condition, we're going to put cv2.flip key, and we're going to put 0, like means we're going to wait for an infinite amount of time. Then not equal to, and then inside we're going to put the key you want it to be pressed. Let's say in this case, I just put A here. And inside the loop is going to be I am show. So basically what this while loop does is we're going to wait for infinite amount of time for us to press the key A. If we didn't press it, the image is going to be continue to be displaced. But if we press A, the windows will be destroyed. So let's see how it will going to work. Oh, sorry. We have another. Yeah. Yes, now the computer is displaying this image. When we press A, the windows are destroyed. Okay. So let's move on. Another thing we want to do is sometimes we want to resize the image. So there are actually 2 ways for us to do that. Okay, resize the image. So one way is we use cv2 dot resize, then followed by our image name, means the image we want to resize, then followed by the pixel value, means like the final result you want the image to be resized into. So let's say give you an example. I'm going to resize the image, the Dave image. cv2 dot resize, follow the syntax here. Then, oops, got wrongly. Then image followed by the pixel. Let's see 2000, 2000. Okay. Now we see how we're going to light.
One closing bracket at resize.
Oh yeah. You can see that the image is resized to the desired size about 8:2. So I press A to close the window. Okay, sometimes right, we want to scale the image. So actually, yes. So how we're going to do that is going to use cv2 dot resize. Then inside the bracket, instead of just we're going to put our image first, and for the pixel value, we're going to put 0 and 0. And next, we're going to put fx equal to a certain value. So this is actually a factor of scaling. In this case, let's say I put 0.5, means I want half of the height. And then followed by fy. Sorry, fx is half the width. Fy is half of the height. And then basically, it means we're going to scale the image to just the quarter of its original size. So let's comment this. And oops. Yes. So this is how it's going to look like. Okay. So moving on, the next thing is next thing we're going to learn is how to flip an image. The syntax is cv2 dot flip, then followed by our image name, and followed by a flip code. So what is this flip code? So flip code is actually a number. If the flip code is 0, what you're going to do is going to flip vertically. If it's positive, greater than 0, it's going to flip horizontally. Yes. And if it's a negative value, it's going to flip horizontally, and vertically. So let me give an example. In this case, put img, then cv2 dot flip, follow the syntax. The image is the same image, and this one img. Then in this case, let's try 0 first and see what will happen. Yes, you can see that the image is flipped vertically, like. And then let's say we try a positive value, 6. Oh, yes, it's flipped horizontally. Like just now, right? The head is like in this position, in this direction. No, it's flipped. Okay, this is about flipping an image. Next is rotate the image. So this is just an additional technique. And so let me just briefly introduce to you how we're going to do that. So for rotation, the syntax we're going to use is cv2 dot rotate, then followed by our image name, followed by cv2 dot rotate. And there are actually 3 options we can choose. One is cv2 dot rotate, then followed by underscore 90 clockwise. Means going to rotate 90° clockwise. Or you can have cv2 dot rotate 90° counterclockwise. So it's going to rotate 90° counterclockwise. And apart from that, we can we also have cv2 dot rotate, then 180. It basically means it's going to rotate 180 degrees. Okay, let's try this. So img dot cv2 dot cv2 dot rotate, then followed by the image, which is img, then cv2 dot rotate. Let's just try 90° clockwise. Take note, it's all uppercase. So let's see how it goes. Yes. Now imagine, right? Like remember, because we flip our image just now, so the image just now is look like something like that. So it's rotate 90° clockwise is in this direction. So now we have an image look like this. So you can explore the other 2 on your own. Next thing we're going to learn is we're going to learn how to draw a line on the image. So similarly, I'm going to tell the syntax first, which is cv2.line, followed by a lot of things we need to input in. The first thing is our image. Then we have a starting coordinates, followed by ending coordinates, followed by the BGR values, then followed by the thickness of the line. So another back, yes. So wait, let's see one. So for the line, right, we need to tell the computer, or we need to define the position where the line is going to be drawn. So the starting, so the line can draw like from left to right. So the starting coordinate is actually the coordinate of your starting point, means the right end, and then the ending coordinate is the right end. So let's try this. Let's say in this case, I have to draw a line, say from 0, 0, and maybe 2000, 2000. So in this case, it's going to be cv2.line, mg, which is the image, then followed by the starting coordinate is 0, 0, then followed by the ending coordinate, which is in this case 2000, 2000. Then followed by the BGR value, means the color of our line. In this case, the color we're going to use is just simply going to use red, which is 255, 0, and 0. So for the color, right, I'm going to you can just search online, or I can see you a link in the chat box. You can find the which is here. Like you can click this link, and you're going to see all the oops, sorry. You can go to see the BGR values for oops for the color you want. The thickness, let me just put maybe 10. Okay, so let's see. Oh, you can look back. Yes, I have a line here from 0, 0, which is the top left corner, to 2000, 2000, which is at the bottom. Next, in this case, instead of drawing a line, we want to draw a rectangle instead. So in this case, the syntax is kind of like similar, which is cv2.rectangle followed by the image, and then so for rectangle is different from a line because we have 4 corners in this case. But the thing is, if you think about it, we only need the coordinate of 2 ends for us to define the position of our rectangle. So in this case, we're going to just use the top left coordinates, means the coordinates of the top left corner, and followed by the bottom right coordinates. Then followed by BGR value. Then followed by the thickness. So just give an example. In this case, I'm going to use cv2.rectangle image, and then the coordinate, maybe I'm going to draw a small rectangle, maybe just like 100, 100 to 200, 200, which is a square in this case. Followed by the BGR value, which is sent to you the same 255,0,0, followed by the thickness. Let's say just put 5 maybe. Yes, we have a blue rectangle here. And take note for rectangle, right? For the thickness, normally the thickness is positive value, but let's say we put, in this case, we can also put -1 for the thickness. So what does it do is, it's going to fill the entire rectangle with the color defined by the BGR value. So it's going to fill the rectangle with the color defined. So in this case, let me just try -1. And yes, we have a solid rectangle or solid square here. Okay, next is next thing we want to learn is how to insert a text into the image. So so before that, we need to define a font first. Like the font is kind of like similar to let's say the font you're using, like Word document, something like that. So so the font we're going to use in this case is cv2.font dot lex. There are actually a lot of options. You can search online and you choose the font you want. Then the syntax is cv2 dot put text. The T is capital T, then followed by image. Then the text you want it to be inserted in to the image. Then in this case, we need to give the location or give the position where the image is going to be inserted in as well. But this time it's a bit different. Like the coordinate we're going to use is actually the bottom left hand or the bottom left corner coordinates. In this case, it's not the top left. It's a bit different from what we might think, what we might expect. Then followed by the font, then followed by the scale of the font. Basically means you want how large the text is going to be. Then followed by the BGR values. Then followed by the thickness. And another thing I want to include here is cv2.line_AA. So let's try this image, then cv2 dot put text, then it's still img, then followed by the text we need to insert in. Let's say in this case it's just building blocks. Then followed by the bottom left coordinate, maybe just 200, 300. The font, we already defined the font earlier, so you can just put font here. Scale, in this case, just put 5. Sorry, put 5 here. Then the BGR values, let me choose a color of, let's say 0255. 255. The BGR value you can search online and choose the color you want. Then followed by the thickness, maybe just put 10, and then followed by cv2 dot line_AA. Okay, let's try this. Yes, we have building blocks here. And that is how we can insert text into the image. And the last thing we need to learn is we're going to learn how to convert an image from one color space to another. So what is a color space? You can actually interpret color space as kind of like the range of colors that can appear, or the color space actually is kind of like an identifier which tells you how the colors are interpreted from a file. So some like common color space you might encounter: RGB, red, green, blue, or BGR. Or in this case, another thing is I want to introduce is HSV, which stands for hue, saturation, and value. Or the value is actually refers to the brightness. So now we're going to try to convert the image. The image is originally in BGR. Now we want to convert this into HSV scheme. So the syntax is quite intuitive. It's CV2 dot convert color. Then inside you need to put an image, then followed by the conversion. So in our case, it's going to be img.cv2.cvt convert color. Then the image is img, and the color conversion is, in our case, is cv2.color underscore. We want to convert from BGR to HSV, so it's BGR to HSV. So let's see what it's going to look like. Yes, the HSV color space is going to look a bit weird, but this is how it looks like. Okay, so that is roughly what we need for OpenCV for our workshop. So now let me just last thing is I need to cover is how to save the image. So the syntax is cv2 dot write, then followed by the name. You want to name your image, followed by the image itself. Let's see, in this case, I just save this image img after I have done all these operations like flipping, rotation, insert the text, and all that. Then it just img cv2 dot write, then followed by I'm going to name this as, let's see, new image. Then followed by img, which is the image we want to store. So yes, you can see here, the image is already stored here as a, oh sorry, I need to close this first. And inside this file, you can see that the image is already stored here as new, okay, sorry, wait, something is wrong here. Oh, so I need to add the format, let's say PNG. Yes. Now you can see that our image is already saved in this file as new image. So these are the things that we need for OpenCV. So before I move on to the next part, let me just quickly run through this, run through what I have learned. We have learned how to read an image, display an image, and some basic operation like flipping, rotation, resize. Then we also learn how to insert lines, rectangles, and text into the image. And after that, I introduced how to convert the image from one color space to another. Eventually, we learn how to save the image and close all the display windows. Next, we're going to move on to TTS. So TTS stands for text to speech. And these are the 4 things I'm going to cover. Also take note that these 2 techniques, obtaining the property of the engine and set properties, are additional info that is not going to be used in the subsequent session, but it's good for you to know. I think I just have a new file for TTS. So the first thing, similar to CV2, is import Python TTS x3. All right. So the first thing is we're going to initialize the engine. So I just call it engine. Then Python TTS x3 and dot with initial, then bracket. So this is how we initialize the engine. Next is we're going to make the engine say something, right? So the syntax we're going to use is engine.say followed by the text. Okay. Let me just give you an example. I'm going to use engine.say. Let's say we want is building blocks is fine. Oops. Okay. Then we want to make the engine run. So we need to follow by run and wait. So let me run this to save this first. I just call it part 5.
Building blocks is fun.
Right, you can hear that the engine is initialized and it says building block is fun. So so for the engine, right, there are actually some properties we can set for the engine. These properties include the rate. So rate is actually an integer. It's actually the speech rate is in words per minute, and the default is actually 200 words per minute. So if we want the engine to speed faster, we just increase this number, increase the rate. Then another property is the voice. So the voice is kind of like the type of voice that you hear. Then and then we also have volume. So so volume is actually a floating point volume in the range from 0.0 to 1.0. So actually a float from 0.0 to 1.0. Both are inclusive, and the default is the default is actually 1.0. So if you want the engine to sound louder, we just increase its number. If you want to sound softer, we just decrease this number. So how can we access the property of the engine? So the syntax we're going to use is get property, then followed by the property name. Which is, in that case, is either rate, voice, or volume. So let me try this. I have a variable, we call it rate. Then we have engine dot get property. We just simply follow the syntax, followed by the property name, which in that case, we want to find the rate of the engine. So we just put rate here. So I want to print rate in the end to see how fast the speech is conveyed. So let me run this.
BuildingBloCS is fun.
And it output 200, which is the default as expected. You can try this with you can try this with other properties as well, like voice and volume. And next, I'm going to introduce you how to change the properties. Let's say in my case, we want to make the engine slow down a bit because sometimes we may feel that it speaks too fast. So how we're going to do that is we can use set property, then followed by the parameter. The parameter is basically the property, like either it's rate, voice, or volume, then followed by the value. So let's say we want to wanted to slow down a bit. We're going to make set property, then followed by rate. Then let's say I want 100 words per minute only. Just put 100 here, and I will move it to the front first. And let's run this.
BuildingBloCS is fun.
Wait. It's still wrong. Wait. Oh, because oops. Engine.set property. Rate to 100. Right. Oh wait, sorry. I need to initialize the engine first. Say and then wait.
BuildingBloCS is fun.
You can see that it's actually speed at a much slower rate. Okay, so that is roughly what we need to know for TTS. I learned how to initialize it, how to make the engine speak, obtain the properties, and set properties. So that actually concludes the first part of the first session of our workshop. So now I'm going to pass the time to Kimmy, who will be holding the second part of this session. So I'll stop sharing for now.
Thank you, Yusen. Please work. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, finally. Okay, hello guys. My name is Kin Meng, and since we have already now formally introduced how does face recognition work and the necessary prerequisites on how OpenCV works and stuff like that, let's finally get our hands dirty and start coding. But before we start, I just want to make sure that everyone have these 3 files in their folder together with open Python file, empty open Python file, and in these folders are the pictures of known faces, so it can be like this and this. And if you did not prepare any pictures and you do not have any pictures at all, I'll send the link for this zip file, which you should extract right into the folder with your Python file that you are coding on. And it will actually extract these 3 folders for you. So wait, sorry. Chat. What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the link. Just download the zip and extract it into the same folder as your Python file. And also to all of you which are still having trouble with dlib or any sort of installation trouble, I apologize. But I feel that you should just follow along for now, follow along with the concept, the logic and the coding part. Although you might not be able to run it by the end of today because of the installation, try to follow along first. And after this session, if you feel like it, you can head over to Discord, and under event and workshop, there is a install help channel. I will be there for you if you want me to help you to fix the installation. All right. Okay, but without further ado, let's get started. So first thing first, we want to do face recognition. Of course, we need to import face recognition. And on top of that, we will need OpenCV as well for purpose that you will see later. And what we actually want to do is, firstly, we want to load an image, a known image, sorry, let me be specific, a known image with a face that we know. And what we want to do is we want to get the facial features from this image. And from now on, I'll call these facial features encodings. Encodings are basically the measurements that Yusun brought up earlier on, the 128 measurements that are unique to every face. And after we get those facial features, we want to compare it with an unknown picture. So again, we repeat the process. We load an unknown image, and we get the encodings of the unknown image, and then we compare. So that is basically the framework. And now the code itself. Firstly, the known image is face recognition. Load image file known JPEG. Okay, and what is happening here is, what is happening here is we are calling this method load image file from face recognition to load this known JPEG, which is right here. If you have another file, you can call it whatever you want, but it's basically a file with one face that you know who is it. And the reason why we need to load it first is that as a program, a computer program, it does not know an image. It cannot see an image like how we can see it. So for it to see it, we must actually convert it into a NumPy array, and this is what this method is doing. And if we were to print known image, what actually comes out is ignore the error. That is not related to code. It will actually print this very, very large NumPy array, which an array is basically a fixed list that you cannot change its value. Yeah. So just think of it as a Python list, but it is a rigid Python list. And it contains all the numeric, it converts all the image data into numerical data, which the computer can then understand. And okay, so after we load the image, we want to get the facial features, and we don't do that by calling known encoding is face recognition, face encoding, known image. And what this actually returns is, this returns a list. And you might be wondering, why is it a list? And the thing is, when it runs through face encodings, it actually finds for every face in the image, which is why I keep emphasizing that the known image should only have one face so that it does not confuse the computer. Because later on, when we compare with other faces, the face encodings will be more than one. And then it will compare consecutively every face with the known face. And since this is a list and we only want the first element of the list, we take the first element, remember zero indexing. And this is why it returns a list and we take the first element. Okay, now moving on, we load the unknown picture, which is just the same line, but we rename it to unknown image is unknown. I call it unknown. Yeah, and the unknown image is just an image with a lot of faces, like a group picture of anything that you want. Okay. And then, okay, so far is everyone with me? Does anyone have problems so far? If you do, raise your hand. No hands. Okay. Okay, moving on. Now that we have our unknown image, but before we do anything with it, we need to get the encodings. So face encodings is face recognition dot face encodings unknown image. And now this will be a list of encodings because there's more than one face. So for every face in the picture that I showed you just now, it will has one encoding. So it's a list of encodings. And on top of this, because we want to know where exactly each face is, we need to know the locations of the face. So to store this, we call face locations, face recognition dot face locations unknown image. And now this might confuse some of you, but what I will do is I will put this above before I find the encodings, and instead of just giving it the entire unknown image, I will give it an additional parameter. I'll give it the source image as well as the locations of the face itself. So what this does is it actually speeds up the process of face encodings, because now the face encoding method knows exactly where to find and encode the face without running through the entire image again. So this speeds up the process. Now, a few things we need to settle first, a few variables. That first thing, we need to define our tolerance, which we will later use to define how tolerable we want two faces to be alike in order to be called the same face. And this value range from 0 to 1, 1 being full tolerance. So any image will return a true. Any image is the same image. Any face is the same image. Yes, same face. And I'll just give it a value of 0.5. And we will also need a few other variables that I will bring in later. But for now we do the comparing. So for every face location and every face encoding in the two lists that we have just created, face locations, face encodings, we want to get, what we want to do is get a list of closeness to the known encoding. So the closer it is to the known encodings, it means the more similar the face is and the more likely it is the same person. And if you are unsure what is happening here, we are basically running a for loop with two variables. It works exactly the same way. So basically, it takes the first element of both face locations and face encoding from the respective list, face locations and face encoding, and we can use the variable here however we like. For a simple example, let's just say I have list 1 is 1, 2, 3, and I have list 2, which is 4, 5, 6. Now, if I do for I, J in zip, yeah, the zip is important. Zip is part of the thing which make it like makes them into a tuple of sorts. Yeah. And we put zip L1, L2. If I print I print J, you'll see it prints 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. So it gets the first value of both L1 and L2 during the first iteration, and it prints it respectively, and then it continues on the second iteration and third iteration. And one thing important to note with this method is the list must be of the same length, or else the longer list will get cut off and the shorter list ends. Yeah. All right, but moving on. So how do we get the closeness? We need to call in another method, which is, I'll just call this the results because it's our results. Face recognition at face encoding. Sorry, face distance. And we take in a list of known encodings. And the reason why I put it in a list is because our original known encoding, we only have one known encoding to begin with. So, but this variable takes in, this parameter takes in a list. Because as I've mentioned earlier, later on, when we compare known faces, there is more than one known faces that we have. So it's actually a list of known encodings. But for now, for simplicity's sake, we start slow and small. So we only have one known encoding. And we compare it with the face encoding. So what actually happens here is that for every known encoding in this list, it will compare with whatever the face encoding, the unknown face encoding that we just gave it in this for loop. And we want to find the closest value. And okay, so sorry, I've forgotten to mention this face distance returns a NumPy array. it does not return a list, it returns a NumPy array of closeness value. So for every known encoding, it will compare with a face encoding, and then it will give a value. How close is the two face? If it's 0, it's identical. If it's 1, it is the furthest possible apart between the two faces. And out of all those values, we want our match to be the closest value, right? So we must get the mean of the result. This is a built-in Python function, mean, which gets the minimum of a list or tuple of stuff. Yeah, so we get the mean of results. So that is our closest. And now here is where our tolerance come in. If closest is smaller or equal to our tolerance, which means that it is closer than what our tolerance have been set to, then we found a match. And the match because this is just one face and we know whose face is it. For this is my face, so the match is me. And or else if it's larger than if even the smallest result in that result list is larger than the tolerance, that means there is no match found. So match is unknown. You don't know whose face it belongs to. Now, after we do this, this is where the CV2 part comes in. We want to draw a box around the face, and then we want to label the face. Who is it? Or do we even know is it? So is it me or is it unknown? So to do that, we need to get the coordinates. And the coordinates are stored in face location as a tuple, however you call it. And it is stored in such a way that it goes from it stores the topmost coordinate, rightmost coordinate, bottommost coordinate, leftmost coordinate in that order. And if you want an easier way to remember it, just start from the top and you go clockwise. That's how I remember it. So this gets the coordinates, and using those coordinates, we want to draw a rectangle around the face, around each face. So we want to draw a rectangle in the unknown image where with the coordinate left top, right bottom, which corresponds to the top left and bottom right corner. It is in this sequence because x coordinate comes first, and followed by the color and frame thickness. Yusen has already explained about this earlier on, so I will not touch much. But the color is in BGR, so I just use black, so 3 zeros, but you can use any value you want. And frame thickness, I just use 5. Oh, sorry. Frame thickness, I use 5. Okay. Okay, now that we have this already adds a rectangle around our face, but we still need to label it. And we do not want to label it out of thin air. So we want to add and fill a tinier rectangle right below, and it's like attached to the rectangle that we just drew. So we can add our name into it. So we draw another rectangle onto unknown image. But this time the coordinate, the top left corner of this our bottom rectangle would be left bottom, and the bottom right corner would be right, but bottom plus 22. This is arbitrary. You can make it a bigger number, smaller number, up to you. It just affects the height of your bottom part. Again, I use the same color, black. And here, instead of frame thickness, as Yusen mentioned earlier on, if you want to fill the frame, you just use -1. So I will create a small, tiny rectangle right below my frame that is filled up. And the purpose of this is so that I can add a text into this area. Unknown image. And the text that I want to put in it is whatever my match is. So it's either Kinming or unknown. And again, the coordinates, again, those plus minus are arbitrary. You can adjust it by yourself. CV2. And you need to include a font for your text. And I just use this font Hershey Simplex, because it's the first font I found. And followed by the font scale, the font size, sorry, the font scale, font color. This is gray. And the font size. So in that order, sorry, not font size, font thickness. So this is the font scale, followed by font color and font thickness. And there are no standard values for this, so you can just experiment with it. But you must put in these parameters, because these parameters are not optionals, unfortunately. So now, after we have included all this, we can actually already show our image. So to do that, we just do cv2.imshow image, unknown image, and I produce cv2 wait key 0, which means I wait indefinitely until a key is pressed, and cv2 destroy all window after I press whichever key. Destroy all windows. Let's give it a try. Known image is not defined. What? Oh, sorry. Known image. Yeah, it takes a while. The encoding process takes quite a while, actually. But as you can see, for every iteration here, it either found a match or no match, and it found 2 matches. So there is 1 false positive. And as you can see here, there's many unknowns because it's not me. And yeah, this is me. It detected me correctly, and it got a false positive thinking this is also me. My friend Dylan is me. But as you can see, this works. And you might be wondering, what is with the color? And as Yusun brought up earlier on, we decolorize the picture to make it easier for the computer to like get the data. So if we want to display the image correctly, we actually need to recolor the image, and this can be done by doing unknown image equals face recognition. Sorry, what? Unknown image is cv2.cvt convert color. Unknown image, and then the color conversion RGB to BGR. So in the normal alpha stream, like existingly, it is in BGR. So what I believe happened here is it converted from BGR to RBG. And so now we need to convert it back from RGB to BGR. So if we run this, it will actually now look normal. But on top of that, you might also realize that what if the image is very large? And I've seen some of you have that problem. And while Yusun has taught us how to scale and how to resize, but it will make the scale unproportionate. So here's a tiny little like ratio thing that I did to like ensure that the height and width will remain proportional whatever you put it. So first we need to resize. We need to determine one variable that we want to fix. So for me, I'll fix the height. I'll set my the image that I want the new height to be the new height to be 700. So I will based on this, I will determine my new width. But how do I do that? I need to get the existing height and existing width of my image. And where do we get the information? We get it from the NumPy array. So the original height is actually unknown image, which is this unknown image is actually a NumPy array. And we get dot shape 0. And this will give me the height of the image. And to get the width, we just change this to 1. And this gives me the width. And what I want to do with this is that I find what is the ratio of the height and width. Sorry, I find the ratio between my new height and my old height. So my ratio will be new height divided by height. So this, let's just say the original height is 1000. So I divide 700 with 1000, I will get 0.7. So this means that my new width is 0.7 of my original width. So to get my new width, it's just in width times ratio. And this will give you the new width that is proportional to your new height. And the reason why it needs to be an in is because CV2 only works with int. Yeah. And now it's time to resize it. So unknown image equals to cv2.resize. New width and new height. And again, the sequence is this way, is in this way because the x coordinate comes first, followed by the y. And if I run this again, oh, I'm missing a bracket. And as you can see, the encoding process is quite time consuming. And we will teach you a way on how to sped up this process by actually saving the encodings so that we can permanently use it without re-encoding every time. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Yeah, this is capital color. Yeah, it's case sensitive. And now we need to wait again for it to encode. But so far, is anyone lost? Does anyone have any question? You can just speak up or raise your hand. I don't think I see any hands. Okay, but yeah, as you can see now, it is resized. It's still proportional, and now the color is normal. So yeah, that is how you. That's the really fundamentals of using this module and how you can apply it. So now you might be thinking, so how are we going to use this to detect more than one image, or how can we process more than one known image? So how do we do this? And to do that, we must import OS. And the function of import OS, or the function that we are going to use, is mainly to list the directories and to make directories in the next session. But for now, we are just going to list directories. So instead of loading a known image, we want to load a folder of known images. And to do that, we must do for name in OS list directory known faces directory. I'm just typing it out first. I will define the variables later. What we want to do is for every name, and for every image in the name, we repeat this entire process that we have done. So what name here represent is, as you can see here, known face directory. I have not defined it, so let's define it. So known face directory is the directory, is the folder, is the directory of the folder where you have all your known faces. And for me, it will be known faces pick. You can, if you call it something else and you did not follow, like you did not extract, you did not use my zip file, then you just rename this to whatever you call it. And I'll just settle all the variables first. So there's a known face directory. There's also an unknown pictures directory, which is where we use to like test the image, test the system later on. And for me, that is unknown pics right here, which has 3 pictures of the creases. Okay. And on top of this, we actually need another 2 new variables: known names, which is a list, and known encodings, which I will explain later on what are the functions. But you can probably guess what is this already. Okay, but moving on to my for loop. So what OS list directory does is actually it converts a known face directory, which is my known face pick, and it lists out all the it changes the directory into a list that I can iterate through, like a Python list. So for name, it's basically for each folder. I just call it name because it's basically the names of the pictures inside. And for every name in this folder, what I want to do is, for every name in this folder, what I want to do is call for every image in OS list directory. And here you can't just put name. It will not work. You need to list the whole thing again, which is hard to do, which is why we use f strings. Known faces directory backslash / sorry, followed by name. So what this is doing is inside for each folder that it calls. So let's just say Chris Evans. It will for every image, it will process every image inside this folder, which is this 3 image. And what I want to do with these images is basically what we already did. So we want to load the image, and then we want to load the encoding. So we just do this, and we change this to, instead of known JPEG, now we need to call it the name of the image. And the image here, for image, this image is actually the name of the image. So it'll be either like Avengers Infinity War, Chris Evans, or image.jpg, and etc. So again, we need to use f strings, this entire thing, this entire directory, known faces names, and we need to put the image name. So it will load the image file at this directory, which is, so as our file is, our Python file is here. So when we load image file in this directory, it will go to our known face directory, which is known face pick, followed by name, which for now is Chris Evans. And then the first image it finds is this image. So we'll load this image. Okay, I hope you guys are still with me. And then after we do that, then the known encoding is the same thing. We get the encoding from the image, but what we want to do now is, after we get those things, we want to append it to the 2 lists that we just created earlier on. encodings dot append encoding, known encoding, and known names dot append name. So what we are doing here is that for every image that goes through, it will actually append the encoding of that particular image into the known encodings list, which we will later use in place here instead of one known encoding. And at the same time, we append a known name at the very same index of that known encoding, which correspond to the name of the folder, which is basically the name of the person the face belongs to. And what you can see here is that there will be repetitions. There will be 3 Chris Evans in here because there's 3 images, which is okay. And this actually brings to a point that I want to bring up, which is, although to us, we see that the computer recognizes Chris Evans immediately, the computer actually remembers Chris Evans as 3 different persons, as in these 3 persons. So what the computer knows is actually 3 persons named Chris Evans. And yeah, this is just something for you to internalize. But okay, moving on. After we loaded our folders of known images, we want to do the same with our unknown images. So to do that again but this time, since we did not label the names of anyone in the unknown files, so we just for image in OS list directory unknown pics directory. We want to repeat loading the unknown image, and we want to find the face location, face encoding, and you realize we just repeat this entire chunk of code. Because for every image, this is what we want to do. Yeah, so you can see, as after we understand the fundamentals, it is actually so easy to manipulate this code and do so much more. And this is not even the surface. This is barely the surface. And there's so much more you can do, which is very easy to build on from the fundamentals that we went through earlier on. But of course, there are a few things that you need to change, which are, instead of known encoding, we need to change it to known encodings, because now it is actually running through every single known face encoding together with the unknown face encoding that we just identified here. And then it will return a list of closeness values, like I mentioned earlier on. But the problem now is that after we find closest, the match can't be me all the time, right? So how do I know where is the match and whose name the encoding belong to? And this is when we do match is equal to known names. And this might be a bit confusing, but I'll explain it after I type it. Results dot index closest. And what this does is basically it gets the name at the same index as the encoding, as the encoding that is the smallest value in results. Yeah, that is very confusing. Let me rephrase and repeat. What this does is it gets the name at the index which correspond to the encoding which gave the smallest value in results. And as we append it at the same time earlier on, so whichever encoding that we choose at this index, the name at this index is the name it belongs to. So by doing that, we know our match is who. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions about this? No? Okay. Okay, and after we edited that, everything else is mostly the same. And yeah, I believe everything else is the same. So if you try to run this, known face directory is not defined. Oh, sorry, I forgotten to add. Oh, and before I forget, as I mentioned earlier on, the process of encoding takes quite some time. So I'm just going to add some known, right, starting with name. Sorry. And then I put here loading image. This is just so that I know where the code is running, and at the same time, you get to see what is actually image, what is name. So you can see it's starting with Chris Evans. No, name's not defined. But yeah, you can see starting with Chris Evans, it went in here, and then the first image is loading is this image. Yeah, and no name is not defined. Where did I use no names? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's loading. Now it's loading the next one, the third one, and now it's starting with Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt. And the larger the image, as in the larger the resolution, the longer it takes. What? List of index. Oh, I've forgotten to add. Here we need to actually typecast it into a list because a NumPy that's not actually the error, but I just remembered. You actually need to typecast. You will encounter an error later on because a NumPy array does not have the method index. So we need to typecast the NumPy array into a list. Then we only can use index. But about this error, I think there is. I just delete myself. Is this? Alright, let's try this again. No faces pick, no faces encoding. Yeah, sure. And yeah, the encoding process is time consuming. And don't worry, we will teach you how to overcome this tomorrow. So please be there. Did it show? Oh, now I know why. I did not change the image. Wait. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, it keep bringing up unknown image because it's just basically a loop for image indeed for as many image there is. So I need to change the image, and if I do that, then it should work already. Oh, I think I need to typecast this if I'm sorry. I need to f string it. Yeah, I do need to typecast. Yep. Okay, it should work now. Yeah, image is not recognized immediately because if it loads image file, this image is just the name of the image, which is not in the same folder as your Python code. It's not in the same root folder as your Python code. So it does not detect it at all. So you need to put it into the exact directory for it to know where it is. What is in my folder? Why is this here? Sorry, the error is because it's not image. Sorry. So it should actually, the E3 images here is these 3 images. And yeah, if you are new to programming, debugging is quite standard in a programmer's life. So just so you know. And yeah, as you can see, now the picture pops up and you can see Chris Pratt is rather small because again, the resolution of this picture was really large. So after we scale it down, everything scales down together with it. So the scale, then the size of the font, everything gets smaller as well. But here Chris Pratt, Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth. And this is a picture of Chris Pine, which unknown, so it's good. The face recognition is working. And yeah, as you can see, it is actually very accurate. Despite only having 3 images for each of these actors, it actually, I actually expected it to detect Chris Pine as one of them, but it didn't. So yeah, so that is going with folders of image. And the very last thing for today's session is to bring in your webcam with this. And I believe this is the part where most of you are most excited for. So in order to use our webcam, we must first do a slight few things, which is, okay, you no longer need unknown pics directory because you're no longer loading pictures. The first process for loading images is exactly the same. We still need our database of known images. But now instead of loading images, we're going to load a video stream. And we do that by calling using CV2. So our video is CV2 dot video capture 0, and the 0 represent device 0, which is usually your built-in webcam. But for some reason, if it does not work or you're using an external webcam, then this number can be 1 or 2. So if it does not work, you can try 1 or 2. Okay. And after we load our video, this actually captures the video. We have not even loaded the image yet of in the load the frame. We must actually load the frame. So, but instead of calling, and we want to load the frame forever, right? Until we don't want it to. So we use a while true. So this loop will continue indefinitely. And we no longer need this. So this loop will continue indefinitely, but we need, remember that the computer does not know what an image look like. So we need to actually convert it into a NumPy array. But this is done in OpenCV or CV2 by itself in this very step. We call return unknown image to be video.read. And what video.read is, it returns a tuple of 2 elements. If it's the first element is a true or false. If it's a false, that means there is no frame, so it will throw an error. If it's true, that means there is a frame, and the frame will be converted into a NumPy array, which is our unknown image. And the process is the same. So we no longer need to load a file. This can be thrown away. So we just get the known encodings, known locations. All this is the same. It's the same. And at the end, and we no longer need, okay, we can still resize if we want to, but in my case, I no longer need to because the camera stream is always in my frame. So yeah, this is also, I don't need this. And now, how do we break out of this? So in order to break out of this, we need to change a few things to the wait key, and destroy all windows. So now this is a video. So it shows the what we want to do is we show the frame, and then if CV2 wait key 1 and OSFX is ordinand of Q, then we want to destroy all windows. Now you might be wondering what is this, and I will explain it to you. So what is happening here is CV2 wait key 1 means it will wait for 1 millisecond, and if nothing happens, it will just pass and it will run the while through again. So it run and it loads the next frame, and again it loads the next frame until I press Q on my keyboard. Ordinand Q converts Q into its ASCII number. So ord Q is 113, and this end here is not your conditional end, so it's not this end. It's not this end. It's not the operational end. But for our purpose, you can just think of it. It works in a similar way. So basically, if in that 1 millisecond you press Q, then this loop will run, and you will destroy all. You'll destroy all windows. And after you destroy all windows, you need to break out of the loop. So you break, and when you break out of the while through, and you end the program. And then your video feed closes. Yeah, and I need to turn off my camera so I can try this. Yep. So it's loading again, all the encodings. Oh, yeah. As you can see, it detects me as unknown because I did not put any of my own pictures in there. The only pictures that it knows are of Chris Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt, and Chris Evans. As you can see in here, known faces pick. Yeah, it's this tree. So it doesn't know who I am. And so tomorrow you will learn how we can actually make a prompt when there's an unknown face to prompt who is this face, and then we can immediately add it in into our database. So that is something for you to look forward for. And if you're wondering what's wrong with the color, remember that we converted our color here. But the thing is, in this unknown image, when we loaded the picture through OpenCV, OpenCV does not actually convert the channels at all. So there was no BGR to RGB in the first place. So we do not actually need to convert it back. So if you want normal color stream, it will just be, you just comment this out. You don't need to convert anything if you're using your OpenCV read video.read. So yeah, that is about it for this. Wait, let me just try. Just to see if it actually works. Yeah, it does. As you can see, it detects Chris Hemsworth as Chris Hemsworth. So yeah, this works. So that is about it for today's session. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? No? All right, then I think that is all from me and from us for today. I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, as we will be covering much more interesting stuff, such as adding the prompt on if it detects an unknown face, as well as speeding this up. As you can see, this is a lot slower than the demo that we did, because there are a lot of optimization that we can do to this code right here. But yeah, that's about it. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you guys for talking to us about face recognition. So that is the last activity for today, and let's just have a quick debrief before we let you all go.
So now the time is 6:08, and for those teams who have not submitted their proposals, the draft actually, could you please submit it now before 6:15? We'll give you some time now to settle it. The link should be sent into the chat like right now. And if that time is up, you're not allowed to submit anymore. Late submissions will not be entertained. And for the rest of you, you can continue to work on the proposals after the event. And then feedback for those who have submitted their drafts will be given by 9 p.m. And before you have to submit it at 2359. Now, before we end off today, we would just like to have a quick photo taking session with everyone. So can everyone please turn on their face cams? For those of you who have a camera, which I'm pretty sure most of you do, please turn on your face cam so we can take a quick photo. If your camera is not working, that will be fine. But for those who have a camera, please turn it on. And I guess we will wait a few more seconds. All right, we'll give you another 10 seconds before we snap the photo. Okay, Ray Yang, are you going to snap the photo?
All right, everyone, on the count of 3, I'm going to take a photo. All right, so just smile, do a cheese, whatever you want. All right, okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
All right, before everyone leaves, please remember to scan the QR code or use the link in the chat to submit the feedback form.
And if you have done so, you can leave, and we'll see you guys tomorrow back at 8 a.m.